Guys, why are we in costume?
Oh.
I don't understand why
Who's
I'm
in a
wearing
costume? I wear this to the grocery store.
You
Same.
sure
Wouldn't
do.
surprise me. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me.
Halloween.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Halloween. All right, let's really quickly get this over with. Adam, what are you wearing? Who are you?
Hi, I'm
Who are you
Zol.
wearing?
I'm wearing Zol today.
Looking good. Button?
Hello, I am wearing humanoid peach because I was afraid to put on full body paint. I might cry.
Beautiful. Sean?
I'm wearing a very delicately balanced bear head on my head and I can't move. Otherwise it will fall off.
Oh my god.
Parker?
I am humanoid Demi for the same reasons as Button.
Nice. Sarah?
I'm Dravosi minus hair.
Oh no.
Perfect. And I am Jasper, and I rushed through that because my head is slowly boiling already, so I'm going to take this off. All right, guys, welcome in and welcome back.
Some windows.
Yeah, I really should. Welcome back, guys. It's really awesome to have you all here. We left at a really tense, sad moment, and we will be rejoining that moment shortly. But first, we're going to do some announcements, starting with, guys, this month, and this is the last day of it, is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So we're asking folks this month to donate to the National Breast Cancer Foundation, NBCF. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. NBCF was founded to fill in the gaps of cancer care, ensuring every woman has the access and information she needs to get through every step of her breast cancer journey. We really recommend that you guys scroll on down to that donate button, click on it, and make a donation in our name. Adam, you have an announcement for an upcoming event. Want to share it with us?
That's me. Hey guys. So on the 14th, which is only a few days away, oh boy, we're going to be doing a 24-hour live stream to go to charity, which is going to be Doctors Without Borders, and it's going to have creators from all the different reaches of the internet. We will have people from here, from Bard Community College, from This Show Is a Mimic, all of us coming together to do it. It will be on This Show Is a Mimic channel, and it will be, again, 24 hours, and it's going to be really fun. So if you like TTRPGs, if you want to figure out how to build worlds, if you want to figure out how to make dice, come on, just stop by, have some fun, meet some new people, and Sean will be there. I don't know if he'll be wearing this, but he'll be there at some point. Okay. And Josh's going to be there, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to be just a time.
Good times. All right. A huge thank you to Soundtail, our amazing partners. Now, Soundtail, guys, just released the beta access to their application on the Google Play Store. So go take a look. There is a link in the chat right now, my friends. And that application is very cool. It's very much worth a look, and they would very much appreciate you guys beta testing it and helping them out. We've been working with them for a while. They are amazing. We love them so much. They create so much ambiance, so many cool sound effects for us. So please take a look at that. Give it a go. All right. A big thank you to our other partners, Arcane Anthems, who made our amazing intro music and makes free music for the D&D community to use. Go ahead and take a look at his Patreon. It's full of all kinds of good free stuff. And then Relaris Maps, a good friend who's helps us with a bunch of map projects, including this beautiful Azurci map here that you see on the page. So take a look at Relaris's work as well. A huge thank you to our sponsors, Skull Splitter Dice. Skull Splitter Dice are epic. They have a big old link down below. It's the axe with the helmet. So if you click on that, it'll take it over to their page, and you can take a look at their huge assortment of dice. Now, Skull Splitter Dice, they sponsor us, and they provide a giveaway, guys. And we're going to be doing that drawing for that giveaway today after break. So please stick around. It's going to be awesome, and you guys will have a chance. Anyone who's entered the raffle already this month will have a chance to win a cup full of 100 dice inside of a skull mug. It is very good, very exciting. So thank you, Skull Splitter Dice. Parker, over to you.
Hello, I'm here to talk about our schedule for this week. So we actually have a pretty laid-back schedule considering how intense we've been lately. But you can join us Monday for Highlight Heroes at 7 p.m. where Josh and I will be talking to Adam and painting some minis. We'll be talking about the charity stream and asking him questions, so that'll be lots of fun. On Friday, we have a very special thing coming. Our new campaign, Off the Rails, will be debuting on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. We will be debuting and announcing the players for that on our Instagram and Twitter, so go follow us on social media. And then on Saturday, you can join us here again at 6 p.m. Same Conundrum place, same Conundrum time. I pull up from Josh. And then merch. I am also here to talk to you about merch. We have a merch store. You can find the links down below. And we are also working on a pre-order for cool hats, which is what Josh is wearing.
Cool hats.
I want cool hats.
That is, I believe, all of my announcements on to you.
There's another giveaway, Parker, isn't there today?
Oh shoot, there is another giveaway. I was like, I'm done with it.
There's no way.
We hit 8K, so we will be drawing for this beautiful dice tray to send to one of you wonderful people that entered our giveaway. So one of you will be getting sent this dice tray.
That's right, guys.
We'll draw that out.
Yeah, hang out for break because there's some good stuff going on. All right, Sean.
Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. All three of those you need to follow to be able to win any of the raffles. So if you're not following those now, you've already signed up. I'm not going to tell anybody, but you guys sneak in there now and follow them. It's also a really good place to stay up with our announcements for like our schedule changes or anything like that. It's also where we will be announcing the cast for Off the Rails for this Friday. So if you want to stay up to date on that shit, get into the Instagram, get into the Twitter, or get into the Discord, which is for our subscribers. If you're subscribed to the channel, you can go ahead and follow the instructions in chat and jump into the Discord, hang out with our community, and have a bunch of great conversations with fantastic people. I think that's... Oh, Lord Ump. Lord Ump comes out Monday.
Lord Ump! Lord Ump!
Lord Ump!
Lord Ump!
Lord Ump comes out Monday. This time, I believe... Oh, fuck, we filmed the two at the same time.
We're doing the city,
yes. City we talked about in our past that we have fleshed out and made a very fun place to live and be and talk about. So
City above the Cloud City?
Hmm?
The city above the Cloud City?
I'll never tell, but Josh will,
I will. All the spoilers!
I'll never tell, but Josh.
Yes, we talked about the Tiefling City and we did a lot of fun stuff with it.
It's such a good session. Oh my god, the lore.
Is it dumping?
It dumps
It's
everywhere.
dumping.
It's crazy. All right. Now that we spun our wheels on that announcement section for an extra long period of time, are we all set? Are we ready to play, guys?
Yeah.
No.
Wait, we're playing a game today?
Hey, hold on. Let me just mute myself.
Okay.
That was rude. That was hurtful. That was a nice.
I'm sorry, the bear falling off was kind of perfect, though.
Ow.
Last week, our party continued their venture to deliver an ancient artifact to the capital of Neildra. Joined by Dravosi, they had made their way to Tyrant's Landing, a major seaside town and the primary point for ships moving goods inland to Neildra. They were rejoined by their friend Mortin, freshly returned from the Feywild. Leaving their ship at Tyrant's Landing, they chartered a barge and loaded their goods before heading north upriver. Several days up the river, fog set in. The party began taking watch over their cargo, but hooded figures managed to slip through their perimeter. They murdered Zal in the silence of night before he could raise the alarm, also banishing Ashi back to the celestial plane. They then set about stealing the artifact that the party was moving, attempting to push it into a greater portable hole. The sound did awake Mortin, who rose the alarm, and then proceeded to jump into the hole, pushing the object out. Peach scooped up Zal, who had failed all 3 death saving throws and was on the verge of being lost forever, and ran to the cabin where Dravosi thankfully was able to cast Revivify and save him. Seeing Zal okay, Peach and Demi charged forward after the 2 hooded figures whom had scooped up the portable hole, sealing Mortin within it. One of them began to face the party down while the other attempted to escape, with Mortin seemingly as a bargaining chip. The party put in some incredible effort in an attempt to stop these figures, but they managed to get away. Before we closed, a very sad message was sent from Demi to Mortin, as Peach jumped into the water in desperate pursuit, in an attempt to identify where the air enemies had gone to see if they could track them down and find their companion. And so we find all 4 individuals in or around the barge. In the dark of night, fog surrounding you all. How do you proceed?
I swim to shore.
Okay.
I believe I'm swimming with Peach. Yes.
Okay. So Dravosi and Peach are together. Adam, where's Zal?
Zal is still where he is on the map. He's on the other side of the throne, which was right there.
Okay, so he's
And
standing near the throne.
Yeah, he's gonna kind of stumble away from the throne and try to look around the boat because he doesn't really know what's going on at this point.
Okay, roll perception.
Okay. That's right, we have to roll dice in this game. I seem to have forgotten. Don't worry, guys. The dice gods are not on my side already.
Oh, good.
Perception. That is going to be a 12.
A 12. Okay. You see Demi standing across the way. You see the shattered remnants of this very large crate, and you see this black throne tilted on its side, very clear as the light of day, even in this fog to you and your close proximity, is a black hand, palm upturned with these long, grasping claw-like fingers, and a maroon inverted triangle emblazoned upon the palm, right in the head of the throne. You hear Peach and Davrosi in the water, though you can't quite see them. They've already made some distance from you as they swim towards the shore.
And Zal kind of stumbles out seeing Demi over there. Where's everyone?
So where she was last left, she just got that last sending from Morton. So I'm gonna say, if you allow, Josh, before Zal gets to her, she's fallen to the deck of the ship.
Absolutely.
On her
Yeah. I mean,
and crying. She's just sobbing. So if that helps you with your how your approach is, Adam.
Adam is a step forward. Demi is...
I feel like Zal is still kind of stunned a little bit. He's like, where's Demi, what's wrong?
They took Morton.
They
They couldn't get the throne, so they took Morton.
And Zal immediately turns and just closes his eyes, and just quietly under his breath, you can just hear him go, "Mother, I need you more than I've ever needed you in my entire life. In this moment, please help me this once. Please."
Are you casting anything with that?
Nope. I am calling to her as passionate and as anything I can to her, just to intervene in some way.
You feel remorse and sorrow reflected back at you.
And Zal, he's kind of probably gonna just keep begging in his quietly, and please, I have nothing right this second. Please help me. That's what he's gonna do.
Demi will continue to cry for a little bit if you want to check with the two on the shore.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
To the two swimming towards the shore. And I am just going to, before we start there, I am going to put on just a general trigger warning for fairly heavy subject matter in regards to a person has been taken against their own volition, and we will be dealing with the repercussions of that for them and for the people who care about them. So, sorry, go ahead, guys.
No, yeah, I think once we reach the shore, I'm just going to turn to Peach and say, begin your search. And then I'm going to fall to my knees and cast Augury as they search.
Okay. So, Button, how do you want to proceed as you hear that from Dravosi? Dravosi will return to you and your spell in a second.
The river heads northwest and southeast.
That is correct, yes.
They will start by heading southeast.
Southeast down the shore. Okay. Now you are on basically the southern shore, the southwestern shore here, where it stands. So you'll be heading kind of, you said southeast, is that correct? Down the shore? Downriver?
The way the boat came.
The way the boat came. Okay, so you will be heading downriver. Go ahead and make a survival check for me.
Okay, 17, I think, +1. +2, 19.
19. You spend 15 minutes doing a very thorough scour. And with a roll that high, you're quite certain they didn't make shore here, or at least in this direction.
They will head the other way.
The other way, okay. As you make your way back towards and then head upriver, Dravosi, what does your spell look like?
So I think it's just so the way that augury works is the idea of weal and woe for good or bad results. So I think Dravosi actually has coins that have the signs on them, and she takes them and she prays as she shakes them in her hand, and then she casts them down onto the ground. And the signs that turn up are what the results are, as it were.
I do need the question to go
for it.
That from you.
Yeah. The question is, well, rather, it's an action that I put forward, which is searching for Mortin. So I center that in my mind, and then I cast them down to see if we would be successful in finding him in the next 30 minutes.
And it took you 1 minute in the next 30 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
What do the faces of the coins look like? What is weal and what is woe?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think weal is just the image of the sun, and woe is let's go for it. Woe is the image of Weejas.
Weejas, okay. The flaming skull. As you toss the coins down, the first coin lands flat. The second coin lands on top of it, and it spins on its axis between weal and woe straight down, spinning in a circle for several seconds before toppling over to the flaming skull.
I will gather them back up.
Okay. Button, can I get another survival check from you? You do see now as Peach strides past you heading upriver, Dravosi.
Peach.
Mm-hmm.
You can continue your search, but it may not be worth it.
I have to try. I'm going to keep going. And I rolled a 6.
You spend a lot more time. You keep getting false leads, trails coming away from the river that you chase inland a little bit, only to find out that they're animal trails. But after about 30 minutes, you're quite certain that they didn't come out on this shore.
I think I'll come after Peach at that point, after they take a while to come back. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Peach, we will find your friend, but not today. All is not lost. We still have the thing that they want.
Do you think that it's something Morton would want us to exchange for him? And they're gonna head off to keep looking.
Okay. Where is the next direction you're going to head?
Inland. West.
So you're going to
Right.
go westwards. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a survival check for me as you begin to break in.
Oh my god. I rolled a 1.
Not only do you not find Morton, you find yourself hopelessly lost. It takes you an hour or so to gain your bearings. Eventually find yourself back at the shores of the River Dra.
Peach would, like to scream. And then just mild content warning, they'll keel forward, hands on their knees, and vomit. And then work up the courage to return to their friends empty-handed.
Okay. We're going to jump back to the ship. It takes Peach about 2 hours to return. Dravosi, are you with Peach for the second portion of their search? Or do you head back to the ship before?
I don't think I am with them for the second portion, but I think that I stay on the shore and wait for them to return.
Okay. You do see the red-clad, golden-haired figure of Dravosi as you make your way back down towards the shore, Peach, to where you came ashore an hour or so ago. Back to the barge. 10 minutes, 15 minutes pass.
I think at about like the 15-20 minute mark of Demi crying, you know that kind of like really exhausted feeling you get after crying for too long? I think that's just starting to set in on her shoulders. And if there were anyone around, they would watch as the tears that are falling on the deck begin to ice before they hit the deck. And there begins this sort of crack, like the cracking of ice as it starts to form in her hair. And she begins to stand and walk away from Zal to another side of the ship, so that she can cast sending.
Okay.
I would like her to close her eyes and focus on the most unfortunate note she has ever had to find. I would like to message Scarin.
You are able to find it.
Okay. So she'll find it, and then she will speak with a surprising amount of ice in her tone. You and your organization have made a terrible mistake. I'll find you. We were listening. I'm not anymore. Not until your brotherhood gives Morton back. And that is 25 words, Josh.
There's a moment's pause. Another moment's pause. 15 seconds or so. And then you hear a response. Mortin, you say? This is very interesting information you've given me, Demi. Last I checked, you were headed towards Neildra. Perhaps it's time we met once more.
She doesn't have any more sendings, so he's gonna have to message her if he wants a response to that.
Nothing for now.
I think when Demi is like walking away, I think she probably would have seen Zal with the Ossus anchor in hand, punching the deck while he's still saying please. And just saying please, 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 and like banging his fist on, and like a little bit of a content warning. His knuckles are like bloody at this point because he just keeps repeatedly hitting it, saying please, and tears are just streaming down his face. And after probably after like 30 minutes, he just kind of collapses on the deck, just in a heap of just tears and exhaustion and muscle fatigue because I don't have muscles right now. So
You're still in that weakened state. All right. Your message concluded with Skarin and with Zal kind of curled in one corner, weeping, hand bloodied. Eventually, Peach and Dravosi return from that sort of southwestern shore, the western shore of the River Dra. It's the late hours now, 2 a.m. or so. How'd you proceed?
Has everyone returned to the barge at this point?
Correct, unless you have anything you'd
Okay.
like to do in that period.
No, that makes sense to me.
Demi will get BIMs at some point. But that's it.
I think once everyone has returned, Dravosi will stand in front of them all and say, "You've lost a friend. I cannot presume to offer you anything in this time, but with rest I may be able to look in on him. Beyond that, your friend will come back. But I believe his return is dependent on your continuing this journey. I know that that is difficult."
He said a very similar thing.
who?
What?
Mortin,
Wait. How did...
I messaged him. He said that we shouldn't worry and that he would be fine. And that we had a throne to take care of.
We do have a throne to take care of, but we don't have a throne to deliver. You're not giving this to someone. Look at it. You're just going to point at the hand on it.
I don't think we know enough about it to decide what to do with it, but I don't want to give it to someone that I don't trust.
I don't trust anyone.
Is there anyone else that you can conjure up that would be looking for this?
Looking for it?
We believed that your Scarin, was
Mhm.
waiting for you in Neil Draw for this.
Yes.
Why would he attempt to intercept it?
I don't believe he did. I messaged him too. He was under the impression, which he knew where we were going, so there's that. But he was under the impression that we were on our way to Neil Draw, so I don't think he did. But I don't know any... I don't have any better ideas. Nothing in his journal told me of other ancient groups of assholes. So...
I have a friend who will receive us when we reach Neil Draw. Perhaps he can help us.
If we reach Neil Draw.
Where could I reach Neodra? And Zal at that point just kind of quietly walks past all of you guys towards the back. And for Dravosi and Peach, you guys can definitely see that there's blood dripping out of his hand as he's just walking past.
Peach will follow him and burn all of their lay on hands. So you get I can math.
It's actually
I can't math.
it is just
25.
it is just 5 button at this level. So each one of those
It's
represents
5
1 hit.
one at a time. Oh,
So each
no,
one of
it's-
those represents 1 hit point that you can restore.
I've been doing this wrong. I'm so sorry. You get 5. In the past, I apologize.
No, you're good. I missed it too.
Okay.
I'm at 35, guys. I'm looking
That's
great.
better.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna just still holding on to Zal's hand for a moment, say, "Glad you're up."
I owe you a lot. Thank you. And he just kind of smiles and squeezes their hand and kind of just goes in the back. And Zal is laying down and just going to bed. He knows there's other matters, but he can't. He just can't be there.
Okay.
So, we are currently stuck. She's going to talk to Dravosi since they walked off.
Hmm.
Any ideas?
Well, I suppose one of us might need to try to figure out how to pilot this. And she'll gesture to Molly.
Yes. Unfortunately, the person that's good with animals has left for the time being. But I manage with BIMs, so I can try. Although I cannot see at the moment.
Peach is gonna return to Dravosi and Demi now that Zal has gone to sleep. I think we should only sleep one at a time. I think we need to watch this thing.
It's a good idea.
I think that is wise. As I mentioned before, I can see your friend, but I will need longer rest than simply a few hours.
That's fair.
But I think that is a wise decision.
DM, about what time is it at this point?
By now, I said it was about 2 a.m. when you reboarded the ship. Conversation all 2:30, 3 o'clock. Now, some of
Okay,
you are halfway through, but given the interruption, probably have to restart that rest at this point. That 8-hour window.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh, what does death do to a long rest? Does it make it like just happen? Because that'd be great.
No, it's
Hard.
even
The
more
ultimate
physically
long
taxing.
rest.
The longest rest.
Hard reset.
Oh, I thought it was the longest rest.
That's only if it stays
The
that
final
way.
rest.
Yes. Unfortunately, you were yanked back from the astral plane. Or
Sorry,
fortunately.
not sorry.
Yanked back from their astral plane and then zapped of all my strength. You know, Tuesday.
Regular Tuesday. Okay. So, what's the plan here, guys?
Do you want me to see if I can handle Molly? Dravosi, you can get your sleep. Demi, you can too. I mean, I think...
No, we're not letting anyone stay on watch by themselves ever again. So, that's fine. Dravosi, why don't you go to sleep? And we will work on getting this moving.
Please wake me if you need anything.
Of course.
Who's taking the reins, so to speak, with Molly? Beach?
Beach.
Animal handling check, please.
13 plus 2, 15.
Not bad. You recall watching Gust with this long switch-like thing tapping the water. And you see it still sitting, tucked in this little leather holster. And it is a long, it's not like a whip. It's this long corded piece of leather that maintains this sort of arcing shape with a flat paddle at the end of it, kind of like a fly swatter shape. Yeah, like that, like a reed. And you kind of hit the water. It takes a few times for you to get it, but Molly does. And it kind of begins to shift in the direction as you hit the water before it.
Did the captain actually do anything as far as the boat moving?
Not that you are aware of, no. And you spent 2 days on this vessel before this occurred. As it stands, you're
So,
about
like-
5 days out from Neil Draw, give or take.
Okay. Cool. Just gonna stand on the deck and have a drift globe out and watch the throne.
Perception for me?
Okay, I also have Bims.
You do have BIMs.
So he rolls. Mine wasn't. Oh, actually, that's not bad. So 12 plus. Where are you? 5. So 17. And then. Are you rolling for him or me?
Yeah, I went ahead and rolled for him for now.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Um,
12 plus 5, 17.
and he
It was
got
17.
a 15
Okay.
with his modifiers, I believe. As he kind of... He can... In fact, in the moment, in the quiet, and in the intense emotion, raw emotion that you are currently feeling, as you stand there, you can feel it reflecting back from Bims. And he kind of curls up on your shoulder. Normally, even at night, he darts around, gets into things, just generally causes Bims chaos, but
Yeah.
he's completely somber, nestled up against the back of your head, around your neck.
Okay. Morton is very strong, and we'll go get him, in a bit. Once I figure out where they put him. So,
Mortin strong,
that's right.
Demi strong.
So he would say. Yes. I'll figure it out. That's my thing. Yeah. Okay, you look on that side, and I'll look on this side, and hopefully nothing else will jump out at us.
He readily listens and through your watch. How long are you guys holding this watch? Are you doing it for all 8 hours now as Dravosi attempts to sleep?
Yeah, let Zal and Dravosi sleep.
Sure.
So I'm going to have you guys roll exhaustion or take a point of exhaustion. Tell you what, make Constitution saving throws for me, actually.
Con?
Yeah.
What is my con? Ooh.
It's not bad. Where's my con? Oh, well, I don't have a great modifier. 15.
Okay.
11 plus, I can't math. 17.
Okay. You both managed to fend off, despite being worn, beaten, tired, and sleep deprived. You don't fall to the encroaching strain upon your muscles to the extent that it feels like it will be too impactful on you. The sun does rise in the early hours of the morning. The fog begins to burn off as the sun comes up. It's initially a haze-covered orange orb, and as the sun burns off of the atmosphere above, it remains floating over the water, coating the reeds. You hear a few birds chirping quietly in the distance. Herons among the reeds start to move, a few taking flight as their wingspan stretches out above you and soars overhead. It is several more hours before you're confident that your companions have gotten the rest they need.
So did I get a long rest now?
You guys can get a long rest and rise if you'd like. Sorry, thank you.
Does my strength come back?
Your strength does come back, yes.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Oh, I need to up mine again too.
You feel the sapping effects. Whatever had been done to those daggers and done to your form, beginning to return during your sleep. Just double check something here.
Yeah, go for it. As we rise and wake, I think I will go and sit by Zal and say, "Death is not an easy experience. Are you all right?"
Zal kind of just takes a moment. I don't think there's an all right anymore. I think after you see something like that, it changes you as a person.
What did you see?
Everything and nothing, if that makes any sense. I saw the stars. I saw, I think, honestly, a god in front of me. I felt every bit of me ripping apart. And then I saw you. So, thank you. I owe you my life.
And I am going to place a hand on Zal's shoulder and stay silent for a moment, and then I will say, it is simply my calling, but I am glad that I was able to be there.
I can't lie. I'm happy you were there too. And Zal is going to reach in his pack and bring out the book that he was reading the day before. And since I'd finished it, he's going to hand it to her. And probably at this point, you can see where his knuckles, where he had punched a ton of times, it's scaled up a ton across his knuckles. I finished this yesterday. figured you might want to give it a once over.
Thank you.
If no, not yet. Can we talk a little bit later? I just need to get my head on straight, if that makes sense. And he kind of just he's awake, but he's just sitting in bed and just thinking about everything.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Travosi, you can add the savage sects of the Amedio jungle to your inventory.
I got a book. Hell yeah. Feels good.
That's how Demi is every time she gets books. We like books.
I got a book.
Nerd parties are best parties. 10 out of 10.
Book level up.
Are they awake now? They're awake now and they're out?
Yes.
Are you guys coming out and about onto the... I think Zal is kind of
Dravosi
sitting.
is, but I think Zal isn't, yeah.
It just takes Zal a little bit longer, but he'll finally make his way out. Even though he got a long rest, he still looks rough. Like he doesn't.
Demi is going to, when Dravosi walks back out, switch places and essentially go to sleep.
Okay, Demi, head straight to bed. Peach?
They'll keep guiding it. Keep guiding Molly.
Okay. Dravosi, Zal, Peach, you have Demi's 8 hours of sleep now, as you guys begin to adjust your sleep cycle. I am going to say you've got now about 5 days of travel, 4 nights or so, to Neildra. Just because of the complexity of it, we'll say that you guys get your sleep schedule figured out to the extent that you can take on 2-person shifts for the next 5 days. And we'll roll some perception checks through that. But are there any specific things that you guys would like to accomplish or achieve or do? And Button, let me know if you're not sleeping, period.
They will sleep if someone else wants to guide Molly.
Okay.
Otherwise, they won't.
Mm-hmm.
I can.
Okay.
Once we figure out sleep schedules, I will do that.
Zal would happily do that whenever.
We'll say based on it's actually very, very simple. It's mostly just uncomfortable sitting on a big, hairy lump of monster for 8 hours at a time. But it's just hitting the water in front of you, and Molly happily. Occasionally, she pauses to scoop up these weird... It's just slime and goo from the bottom of the river, lifted into her mouth before kind of trotting along again. She doesn't ever seem
Peach
to
will
stop.
definitely feed her scones every once in a while.
Okay.
They're a soft study.
Are you throwing it into the water and she just opens her mouth and
They will crawl up to her head and slide it down her nose.
This big purple tongue kind of, when you hang it over, it kind of lolls out, and these kind of rested nostrils up in the face flare, and there's these puffs of warm air that are released, and then the tongue kind of lobs upwards and almost reaches for the scones as you place them upon Molly's tongue. And they coil around and...
Demi would like to ask Dravosi about her friend that she keeps talking about. Please. Where exactly are you suggesting we go?
My friend. His name is Mabanon. He works in the catacombs with those who worship Ouijas.
Oh, and you trust this person?
Implicitly.
That's helpful. You'll have to convince Peach, though.
Of course. And I can try to see your friend now, if you would like.
I would. I'm not sure if... I mean, I suppose information is better than none.
It is up to you.
Yes, I've heard that before. Sure. I would like you to check on Morton.
Do you... There is a chance that he will understand what is happening, and I will have no issue. But in the case that he does not, do you have anything of his?
Anything of Morton's? I don't think so. I mean, I keep a lot of our things, but I don't keep very many things of Morton's. Morton doesn't have many things. He's not a material person. This is not his. But I have this. It's a piece of obsidian glass that we got from Granny Nightshade's lair with his like staff deal.
Okay.
I don't know if this will help, but I mean, this was something I picked up from a rather traumatic experience we had dealing with his destiny. So
Anything helps.
this is probably the best I have.
I'll let you count that as a possession. So that's a -4
Sure.
on the DC.
Okay.
Morton can also choose to
Fail it. Yeah.
or fail it if he wishes to.
Mhm.
But go ahead
So-
and let me know what this looks like.
Yeah. First of all, the normal save DC is 16. So if I had a -4 to that, the save would be a 20. Is that how that works?
I'm sorry, what was the DC?
I would
16?
have a -4 to my save.
He'd
Oh,
have
you
a
have a
-4.
-4.
Yeah.
Okay, absolutely.
Correct?
That
That is
scrying?
correct. Yeah, you would
Yes,
make the
scribe was the spell.
Okay.
Mhm.
So what does the spell look like?
So Dravosi has a focus from her years gone by, as it were. She has learned to perform a lot of her prayer and magic without the focus, but when she scries, she still uses it. And it is a small emblem that she takes from the folds of her robes. It has a symbol of the sun on it, and she holds it in her hand and begins to just circle it with a soft motion with a finger, quietly breathing, centering herself. She thinks of Morton, thinks of his face because she has met him, and reaches out to try to find his essence.
Morton. I won't describe where you are right now. But you are conscious. And you are on the prime material plane. And as you begin to be tugged forward, you sense something. It's strange at first. A raging celestial torrent of energy that takes you by surprise for a moment, but then it settles in. This is Dravosi. Do you choose to fail, or would you like to make a saving throw?
I think if I can feel that it's Dravosi, I wouldn't try and stop it for any reason.
Okay. Dravosi. Your spell settles in. And you see Morton standing on an endless plain of red dust. A single hooded black figure strides before him. A chain of silver runs from his hand down to a pair of strange, glowing manacles wrapped around Morton's wrist. As your vision shifts past Morton to behind him, they are just beginning to step away from a shattered glass mirror.
I am able to hear as well. Is there anyone speaking at that moment of scrying?
Silence. All that you're met with is the sounds of a cold wind kicking up dust around them.
I will watch for a few moments, and then I will drop the spell.
Okay.
Lifting my hand from the focus.
Mortin, as you now glance up, you see that golden light floating as an orb, not 10 feet from you. It moves along with you, and you can sense Dravosi before it blinks out.
Okay. Just so I know, I'm not like covered. My face isn't like covered.
Your
I can
face is
see where
not
I'm
covered, no.
Okay.
Your hands are bound.
Mhm.
You have no idea where you are.
Figured. Before the orb like dissipates completely, if I could see it,
Yeah, you can.
I'll just sort of like nonchalantly look towards it. And there is a not forced, but very small grin.
And with that, Dravosi, you find yourself snapping back hundreds, thousands of miles as you're suddenly returned to this plane. Demi standing before you. A fairly warm afternoon. The mist cleared off the River Draw.
Are you all right?
Yes. That is never an easy thing to do. He is alive. He is in a place that, if I am correct, Josh, even I do not recognize.
No.
They seemed to have used magic to travel far from here very quickly. I saw pieces of a shattered mirror.
Yes, that does seem to be their thing.
Some sort of plane of dust. Red, unhospitable. But he looked well.
Really?
I think he's a very strong person, isn't he?
Yes. Yes. Thank you for doing that. That was kind of you.
Of course. I do not think they intend to keep him hidden.
No, I think they intend to use him.
It's very short-sighted of them.
Yeah. Yes. Really is.
We still have the most powerful bargaining chip.
Yes, and I think I know someone who wants to bargain with us. I don't think we should give it to him.
I believe if we need, my friend will help us keep the relic safe.
Wonderful. So, still on to Neil Draw then?
On to Neil Draw.
we're going to have to be very careful not to show that we've brought that throne in and then not given it to its intended.
Yes, it's quite apparent that we have it now.
Yes.
Perhaps we should look into a way of concealing it as we enter.
Is this conversation audible?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
Probably
If
on
people are up, I'm sure
Exactly.
that, yeah.
Yep, yeah.
Peach is just gonna call. We should tell Monostrad people are after it. That way, if it goes missing, it could conceivably be them.
I could reach out.
I was planning on building another box around it.
Do we have the stuff to build another box?
I'll go past places I can fly over, grab some stuff, and fly back.
And there have been enough villages for that, for sure. It's a fairly populated region of the Heartlands.
Of course.
Carpenters all.
Yeah.
Peach will assist Zal as best they can.
Okay. I will say,
I was gonna.
over the next few days, you are able to collect the resources to achieve a box of sorts. It's a little hodgepodge. It's not, the kind of consistently same wood crafted thing. It's a series of different planks and panels and driftwoods that you assemble from the various villages. It doesn't cost you a lot. I'm talking 50 silver pieces.
Cool. I'd also like to, at some point, pull Peach aside. I know these last few days I've been reclusive. It's been a lot to process, and I met Serdawir, in a sense.
You met him?
When I died, everything went dark, and then in an instant, the world was in front of me. And when I say the world, I mean stars. An endless field of stars and purples and silvers swirling, and I think at least that's what I can assume is him, or the version of him we can perceive. I don't know how to. I have never experienced anything, and it was the most terrifying, but one of the most amazing experiences of my entire life. And I don't know how to explain it other than he took the part of me that was in the afterlife and held it until you all brought me back. Which I don't know how to thank you.
I was just gonna say I feel guilty for feeling relieved.
You shouldn't feel guilty at all. I'm no idiot. I know where I unfortunately expired and where I woke up, and you were still holding me. So thank you. And if there's anything I can do, just let me know. I owe you a debt I don't know I'll be able to pay.
You don't owe me anything. Just don't go seeing him again anytime soon.
I wasn't planning on it. I'm not going to lie. It wasn't fun. But thank you again. And he kind of smiles and kind of, I assume it's like a switching of shifts, so he's probably going to hop on.
Peach will hug him.
Oh, he'll hug back. Edgelord will hug back because every throws the coat. No, I'm kidding. And then one of the days I want to spend an hour and using the last bit of supplies I have, I'm resummoning Ashi.
It's the all too familiar ceremony. The incense laid out, the candles, the glowing orb of light that manifests in what form, Adam?
I think Saul is going to summon him as a sprite again, because it seemed like the form that he liked the most, because he could talk to people. And Saul feels very guilty for the fact that he didn't get to do that.
What's your passive perception?
Oh, my passive perception. Oh no. I'm scared. My passive perception's 10.
Okay. You just catch out of your corner of your eye, as you're casting the spell, a little blue pseudo-dragon perched on a box 15 feet away, watching. And then there's a poof of bright celestial light as the wings unfurl and pixie Ashi manifests back on the prime material plane. Oh. Hey, Zal.
Hi.
That's weird. Every time. Oh, I'm a pixie.
Yeah, you are. And Zal is tearing up at this point.
What did I do?
You did nothing. I'm so sorry. It was not you did everything right and I did everything wrong, and it's fine. And Zal just kind of smiles. He's like, I'm happy that you're back, and wipes his eyes. Kind of goes about his business.
Zal?
Yes.
There was a moment where I could not feel you anymore.
I died. I went beyond the veil, if you will.
Oh, well. You're a good person, so you would have ended up with me anyway.
I'd like to hope so, but you've only known me for a short period of time.
Sorry, Sean Park, everybody else is killing me.
It was really funny. I had to hold it back too, to be honest.
That was pretty.
No, you've only known me for a short time, so I've done things I'm not proud of.
Well, you've done lots of things that I'm proud of.
Well, I very much appreciate that. I know probably Travosi would want to talk to you now that you can talk, and you probably would want to talk to her. So
oh, yes.
You can have conversations. Just
we can talk about you.
Okay. Don't make me regret this.
And he kind of
abort mission.
Yeah. It kind of lits up and lands on
Zal
your
regrets everything.
Dash on the boat. Like, no.
I gotta kill you. You're gonna come back as a pseudo dragon.
Just snap him.
I need incense.
Just snap him out again. No.
Wait.
Yeah. Do you want me to introduce you two properly?
Sure. If you want to.
So I guess Zal's gonna go find Travosi. You seek so much knowledge, Travosi, and I'm an idiot when it comes to that type of thing. And as is, my pseudo dragon Ashi.
I'm a pixie now.
First.
He's a pixie now.
Hello.
Hello.
Speaking poorly of yourself achieves nothing, Zal.
Yes, Zal.
Okay, I don't need that. That's
Sorry,
not.
I'll stop.
You got it. You're doing the thing now.
Sorry.
He does this when he's a pixie a lot.
It's lovely to meet you, Ashi.
Nice to meet you.
I'm gonna hold out a finger to shake.
Ooh, so polite.
Um,
I like her.
Same.
I forget that we can communicate telepathically. I
Yep.
like her telepathically.
Okay. You said that bit out loud. Do you not remember that?
Hey,
You said, yeah,
you do it too.
I do. You're not wrong.
I
But-
did not know he could take other forms.
He's not technically a pseudo dragon. He's a guide, a friend that my patron, my mother, gave me to help.
This is my most sarcastic form.
Then, in a
British.
strange way, I believe we shall get along well.
I think so too.
Well, I'll leave you two to get to know each other. Dravosi, could we talk at some point?
Of course.
I did have some questions, but I'm gonna go relieve Peach so that they don't, fall asleep driving Molly.
Wise.
Oh, she kind of flits over and lands on your shoulder, Dravosi.
Familiar talk.
And Zal's gonna go take Peach's spot so
Okay.
he can.
Beautiful.
Peach would like just every day. We don't have to RP it, but they'd like to message Plum every day.
Okay.
And one night when the stars are out, they will just spend a few hours breathing the way Dravosi taught them to, and thanking Serdwir. Start composing them a poem.
Okay. There's that strange feeling of peace that settles in that kind of state as you stare into that endless stretch of stars.
Do you know, for a little bit I was afraid you weren't good. You obviously are. Thank you. Whenever my time is up, maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. Depending on what happens, if souls still need guiding and sheltering, I'd like to come with you.
Single shooting star across the night sky. It falls behind the horizon.
They will, at some point, take out their, the phosphorescent paint that they got in the, Swagan Fortress.
Wow!
And where
Good
everyone
memory.
sleeps, they will, they're very small, but they will draw the constellations on the ceiling of where everyone sleeps, and then a shooting star.
Okay. I'm gonna have you make a religion check for me.
Ooh, gee, I feel like I have a minus to that, but I
I'm
rolled
sorry.
an 11. I think I do have a minus to that. Yeah, 10.
10. Okay. With a 10, as you begin to paint, you find yourself writing the stories of the constellations, the 3 that you recall. And as you are finishing off the story of the coin, a fourth part of the story comes to mind. The rock. As the belt continues its journey across the night sky, it passes above a constellation that shifts drastically throughout the year. Starting as a pillar shape consisting of 8 stars, it slowly crumbles flat into a flat array of 9 stars, before slowly reforming back into the pillar shape. The story tells that as the stars stepped upon the mighty rock, it began to crumble beneath them, and as the stars leapt from the rock, they cast magic, causing the pillar itself to return to its original form.
That's beautiful. All right, each will record that in their journal, and it'll not be addressed to Skarin, unlike everything else.
Beautiful. All right. Anything else folks would like to achieve?
Oh,
I've got all kinds of...
no,
Do
okay.
I get any tea from
Ashi.
Ashi?
God damn it.
She's like, I think Zal likes you a lot.
Well,
That is something I've picked up, yes.
Oh, you noticed.
Yes, Ashi, can I tell you a secret? I've been alive for a very long time.
Oh.
Yes.
You don't look a day over 100.
Well, I'm grateful for that, because I am a good few days over 100, but not too many.
That's a long time for humanoids? What are you? I'm being awkward now.
No, that's all right. It's a good question, Ashi, and one that I don't have an answer to.
Oh, you're like Zal.
A bit.
He doesn't know where he's from either.
I do know where I started. Just nothing beyond that.
Where did you start?
I grew up in a monastery where I was found.
A monastery.
Do you know what that is?
A place where a bunch of mons are in stairs upwards.
That is a very good guess.
Thank you.
A bit inaccurate, but
I tried.
it is a place where people study the gods.
Oh.
Yes.
Like Mother. Zal thinks Mother's a god.
She's something of it. What do you think, Ashi?
I don't know. I think my job is to look after Zal.
You do a good job of it.
Sometimes I poof into a bunch of dust and then I get stuck someplace else and he has to make me come back. But I try.
It's happened to the best of us.
Is that true?
No, I am joking.
Oh. I was going to say maybe you're someone else's familiar.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
It would.
It's been wonderful talking to you, Ashi.
Zal's a keeper. Okay, bye. And he like flips out.
Amazing.
Yeah, totally momming it now.
It's wonderful.
Or
The
little
only other
brothering
thing-
it.
Yeah, the only other thing I wanted to do was because I'd asked Dravosi if one day we could talk about some stuff. And he's going to make sure that Ashi is busy, probably playing with Bims.
Yes, certainly.
Probably doing the cowboy riding thing.
This
Where
cavalry ring that's been set
Oh, that's
up.
adorable.
Yeah. Do you mind if we talk about something a little more serious than me stuttering?
If you're up for it.
Hopefully.
Of course.
You seem so knowledgeable and so just well learned in this world, and it's something that is amazing. And as he's saying this, you see him kind of fiddling with his like scaled over knuckles.
Mm-hmm.
How do you deal with anger the correct way? Because I've been going through my life a scared kid in a world that was not designed for him, and with everything going on and seeing... Sorry, I'm doing the thing again.
Take your time.
I'm angry, and all I want to do is attempt to get drunk at the nearest pub, but yet I can't do that because of who I am as a person. I can't be poisoned. It's a whole thing. But it just... As a kid, I lashed out when I was angry. I grew up in an orphanage, so a lot of the time it was running through the streets, stealing people stuff out of their pockets, that type of stuff. As an adult, it was bar fights. I never had the correct outlet, if that makes sense.
Of course. If I may speak a bit at length.
Absolutely.
I spent many years of my life, the first 60, in fact, in a small town called Balwind, in a monastery to the god Rao. The teachings of this god are, as I have said, ones of peace, understanding, reason. The monks who taught me there said that the reason we cloistered ourselves was to achieve reason and understanding, but the more time that I spent there, the more I realized that these practices and teachings were useless if they weren't used to help others. And so I left. And I began to see things that made me wish I never had. And with that at first came anger. A good deal of it. That injustice was leveled against the people of this world. First, that it existed, and then that there were people who preferred to keep themselves locked away than face it and help. But the thing that I learned is that the anger, when you allow it to overtake you, simply puts more harm into the world. I couldn't help others the way I wanted to when I let it overtake me. I can't give you any answer for how to control your own anger, though I can show you how I have controlled my own, but I can tell you that if it is between giving in to your anger and making sure that the life in front of you is preserved, I will always choose the latter.
I'd greatly appreciate you showing me. I think it could help. Maybe guide me on a new path. As you were saying, death is it changed me as a person. And
Yes.
I can actually talk to you, which is interesting.
Quite.
But
come with me. I'm going to take Zal into the sleeping quarter area if we weren't already there. I'm going to sit down with him, have him take my hand and lead him through some breathing exercises that I was taught at the monastery.
I'm gonna be breathing.
We be breathing.
We be breathing.
Breathe so hard and so good.
So hard and good.
It's the best breathing Zal you've ever done. But a peace does settle in despite your DM's idiocy. As you take a moment, at first with maybe a little hesitance, but following Dravosi's lead.
And like after that, I think Zal would I kind of get it. Not to the same level, but I kind of understand. Thank you. Not only for this, for my life, and for everything you've done for us. I mean, we've only met, 4 days ago now? 5?
It always seems like longer when you have been through certain experiences with others, doesn't it?
It's very true. Very true. But I do appreciate you very much so.
You carry a wisdom, Zal. I squeeze his hand, and then I say, I hope that helped.
I think it did. And Zal kind of smiles and heads back out to the deck of the ship.
As the door swings shut, Dravosi, you see Ashi lit down and land on Zal's shoulder and go, Dravosi and Zal sitting in the tree. K.I. And then the door.
I'm gonna pray.
Okay.
Doesn't need to be.
Parker? So there's lots going on here, sorry.
Yes. So you said they had how many days?
So they've got about 5 days remaining. We'll say, so on the second day, so that would be your 4th day on the river, you do approach a headwaters where 3 rivers join into one. It is fairly clearly marked where the river draw continues, and you do see a few other barges here heading in the same direction as you continue northwards. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just saying that probably like the first day that they're able to, after figuring out their sleep schedule and getting rest, she will message Oceanus and tell him what happened. Okay. Don't know how that'll go. And then, depending on spell slots and how their days go, she will send to Mortin as many times as she can to give brief updates on what they're doing. Not expecting him to respond, just because it helps her feel better. So that is what she's going to do.
Oceanus offers to turn the ship around and come back. And expresses remorse and asks like 4 times if he needs to bring the ship back.
Okay, so that one day will, I guess, be her just using all of her sendings to tell him not to do that. No.
Are you sure?
I get one word out of that sending. One word.
No, you get as long as you need.
One word.
I wouldn't waste. I won't burn your spell slots like that. Please don't. It just.
No, I know.
Yeah.
No. We're going on to the capital. Just keep doing a job. Maybe don't tell the rest of the crew. I just wanted to tell you.
All right.
Just, yeah.
I can keep it secret. Be safe.
She uses a whole sending to be like, "Can you keep a secret?" And then immediately, like, as she says that, "Can you keep a secret?" And then, because she knows it's her last sending, "I'm just kidding, because you still owe me a story. So I'll come back later. Have fun in Gryrax."
You kind of... There's a chuckle in response, if you can chuckle in response in sending. And,
yeah.
You know I can keep a secret.
Hmm.
With most people.
Yeah. So.
All right.
That's it. She'll update him on that.
Demi. The night after you breach the kind of 3 rivers where they can join, continuing northwards, you receive a sending from your least favorite note.
Great. Like a dissonant chord. What's up?
Miss Demi, I've done a little digging. I think I will be joining you in Neildra. Avoid the school teacher. See you soon.
He's getting 2 words back.
Take your time.
No, he's getting 2 words back. It's Captain. And that's it.
Hell yeah. Suck at scaring. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. No. Anything else? I see Button. Did you have anything?
Yeah, just they know that Demi is going to be they assume that Demi will be messaging Morton as much as possible. So they are going to go to Dravosi, who mentioned earlier that she could message Monastrad. And they're going to say, if this throne isn't going where she intended, maybe it's a good idea to tell her that people were after it.
Of course. And I will cast Sending to Monastrad. That's one of the words. No. Monastrad. Thieves attempted to take the throne. We'll keep you updated. How are the birds? That's it.
Birds keep shitting everywhere. Hate it. Stay safe. Looking forward to details about the attackers.
I chuckle a little bit at the response, and I say,
I really should teach her how to handle the birds so that they don't do that, but
Do what?
make a mess of the place. But I do
Oh.
enjoy teasing Monostrad a little bit. It's one of my vices.
She's a tough lady. I think she can take it.
Yes.
Well, that's
Flash
a
to
sufficient
Saltmarsh, it's
excuse.
just Monostrad walking back and forth in a corner covered in bird, but no, I'm
Having
kidding.
to scrub
Yeah.
the floor, trying to
Birds.
find Rebosi's stash of ale.
Yeah.
All of your precious books covered in shit.
No, the only place there's not shit is on the books.
It's on the books. Yeah, the books are safe.
The birds, no, don't shit on the books ever.
Sorry. guys.
She'll use me next for her spells.
Ouch.
Oh, gorgeous.
Peach will just say, "Thank you." Do you think she'll be really mad at us if it doesn't end up at court?
Perhaps. Monostrad doesn't quite seem a person of extreme anger.
They didn't even give us a name. Just seems wrong. We don't know what it does.
I think you're right.
You said you've
Some-
seen... Sorry.
It's fine. Some choices always come with negative repercussions, no matter how worthy they are. Doesn't mean that it is not the right choice.
I agree. I think it's worth it. Just hope. You said that you've seen things before that have hurt people. Did you know right away what to do about it?
Never.
Were you able to help people in the end? What did you see?
I've seen too many years of things for any one story, but not every outcome is a good one. But some are. And when they are not, the only thing you can do is move on to the next one and hope that it has a better one.
Just another step, and then another.
Exactly.
Thank you for taking these steps with us.
It feels right.
Parker, I let it get away from me, but you were attempting to message, sending Morton as well, correct?
Yes.
So you said the first of those days you were reaching out to Oceanus.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The second day,
Mm-hmm.
you are able to reach Morton.
Okay. I don't like that specification, but okay. Okay. I mean, she would be doing this like right before she goes to bed.
And there's no obligation to roleplay it. If it's just something you're doing, that's fine. But I wanted to give you
I think
opportunity.
yeah, I think she's. I like to imagine that she is updating him like nothing is wrong, to make herself feel better, and checking in on him, and then I think that'll be the beginning of her day, and then if she has a spell slot at the end of her day, I am going to canonically say that she starts sending him 25 words of a bedtime story every day. Like just a story she knows.
So that does work for that second day. The
Okay.
third and fourth day.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Like nothing, or I'd have to roll for it.
Like you can't even
Like
perceive
nothing.
his note.
Okay. That's disconcerting. Would I know if the note was dead, or do I just know if it's misplaced?
Make an Arcana check. Demi's now doing her own kind of attempting to understand her own magic.
Arcana?
Yeah.
22.
Okay. As you push outwards through that massive ocean of resonances, you sense it out there.
Mm-hmm.
Morton's note, but you can't seem to place it, as if something is obscuring his location. Something
Okay.
powerfully magic.
Okay. And that's by the third day? Or
That's the third day, yeah.
Okay. Okay. She's going on she got the story started, and everybody hates unfinished stories, so Morton will be fine.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
And she will make sure to update all of her friends about Scarin having messaged her, so that they can talk about that. So, I essentially told him to go eat a bag of dicks, but I don't actually know what we'd like to do in regards to that, but I do believe that he's going to be in the capital when we're there.
Who's the teacher?
I don't know. The school teacher, right? I can't think of one in particular. I wasn't much for school. Well, I love learning, but I didn't go to school. I imagine it might be something like the spider, you know? It's like a code thing. Or maybe we're supposed to literally avoid teachers.
We have his journal. Maybe it's in his journal somewhere.
I didn't have anything in his journal about a teacher. I did have the thing about the spider. Dravosi, do you know your friend at the catacombs isn't like, you know, also a substitute teacher, or
He is a priest.
okay.
Scarin is your enemy, is he not?
He is very, very much so. Yes. He was using.
Interesting.
He was using Peach's mother as a bargaining chip until we hid her from him, and now he's lost that, and now they have Morton. So I don't know, but he didn't know anything about it the first time I messaged him. Told me that I'd given him good information. I'd like to give him a good knife in his chest, but you know.
Strange that he would give you any information.
Yes, I think maybe there's more than one group going after this horrible thing.
Absolutely. Perhaps we should find out who this is without interacting with them.
Yes, I do have a feeling that Scarin is going to find us, though. So.
If he decides to be useful, we can't kill him right away.
No, we
We
can't.
can fuck with him.
Well, it's a
If he
dangerous
decides to be
game.
useful, we don't want him to know that we plan on killing him.
Yeah, but
Though it's probably obvious.
well, one thing I've learned with Mother is that you need to play the game as much as they do. You can learn the other opponent's moves by playing them against themselves.
He also might not actually plan on being useful. Maybe he wants to get that throne before someone else does. He's got an ego.
Possible.
Well, we use that to our advantage. His ego is a weak spot. It's something that you can see. It's something that you can manipulate in making him think that he's stroking his own ego and that we're playing into his hand, when in fact we're not. We're doing the opposite.
Well, knowing you're doing something doesn't mean...
He cannot have the throne.
Absolutely not.
So either we play his game better than he does, or we avoid him entirely. However, I would like to play his game.
I think he likes to scry on us, so he kind of knows where we are most of the time.
Yes.
We need to get something to stop that, by the way. All of us.
We just need to kill him.
I think at this point, it might be much bigger than Scarron. There's a big ugly hand with that triangle on it on a throne that's forever. And
we go get your family, Demi. We go get your answer, Zol.
That is
we take down the Scarlet Brotherhood.
That is a wonderful pipe dream that we have no idea how to accomplish. Do you even know how to handle the throne? We don't even know what exactly it does, or if we could destroy it.
You're right. We have to ask questions first.
Yes.
Right.
Technically, we could touch.
I don't know everything.
What?
Technically, we could touch it. We just couldn't sit in it. The dwarves touched it.
No,
because the wizard sat in it.
I know. I don't think attacking it would be a very good idea without knowing more about it.
True.
We find out what it is. We find out how to destroy it. We do that.
Yes.
I do think that understanding what it is would be important before we take any steps with it. Obviously, this was made for something. If we don't know what that something is, then destroying it may just be inviting whatever that something is.
Very true. For all we know, they want it to destroy it.
I doubt that.
I have no better ideas. I would love to not know what we know and be able to just hand it over for our friend, but that's not really an option.
I think he'd be really pissed at us if we did.
He would. Be very disappointed, I think. I don't know that he would be pissed, but he would be very, very disappointed in us.
You ever seen him angry?
No, I have never made Mortin angry that I'm aware of. Have you?
Yep.
When was he angry?
Tried to keep him from going after Wanderroot alone. After Wanderroot nearly killed him.
That's, I mean, I think we all would have done that, so that's not...
It surprised me that he'd be angry about that.
We cannot trade this throne for him. He will not appreciate it.
No, we can't.
That was never an option.
No.
It wasn't even on the table.
Just reminding. We have to think like Mortin.
We have to think like...
I think you're wrong.
I don't think we can think like Mortin.
I think Mortin's wonderful, but I think if we're about to play this game, we have to think like Scarron.
Yeah.
Or someone worse.
Yeah. And Zal at this point brings out the Ostis anger and is just kind of holding it. But you know, the thing is, Mother said this is a lock and a key.
Hmm.
What if that is a lock and a key too? And it unlocks something.
Or
You know,
there's another part to it?
another part to it that has to be built in or put in, and that unlocks something. Or something is sat upon it and it unlocks something.
That is a very good thought.
So
Well, we could push Scaran on and see.
happily would.
Fuck that guy.
I could just stand on top, lightning lure him into it.
I don't want you standing near that.
Wow.
Heaven forbid you slip.
Okay, I'll fly. Is that better?
What if he
Like-
doesn't turn into obsidian?
I don't know.
Well, then we have another problem in our hands, and we'll deal with that then.
Truth is,
Simply-
we just don't.
Be careful when you seek to indulge the thoughts of evil people.
Yes.
You may play their game, but there comes a point when it simply becomes your game.
You saying that from experience?
Not my own.
We will do our best.
Insight check.
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, that's valid.
Bad.
You inside check whatever you want.
Inside check.
What'd you get? It's a 3. He has no idea.
Can I insight check?
Absolutely. Sarah, you can decide if you need to roll deception or persuasion
Sure.
as well.
15 plus
These are character decisions anyway to decide what you feel.
insight.
And Button, if you even with a 3, you can feel not to trust Ravosi. Insight,
21.
Yes. Oh,
What are you trying to intuit?
Was it you that played the game and lost, or was it actually not you?
That it turned into your game, rather, not lost.
Kind of losing. List yourself.
Losing yourself in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Dravosi.
Okay. Well,
Saul doesn't judge.
we can only
I just think you're hot.
Zal's over here simping.
literally Saul.
It's not, I mean, true. He is just over here simping, but also Zal's like,
The other two are
How
like, we
long?
met you like 5 days ago, and Zal's like, well, I'm gonna marry you. That's literally what's happening.
marry that girl.
Um,
Oh, jeez.
so great. We honestly just have to do our best. So, first step, Neil Draw and your friend. Just be aware that we might have a very unfortunate person following us. And unlike Morton, I cannot check.
We'll keep
So-
our eyes out.
Yes, well, I don't know that our eyes will be very good for this, but we'll see.
I could always turn Ashi invisible, have him follow us.
If he touches my dragon, that man will never.
Speaking of the dragon, it watched me
Still
bring
gonna
Ashi
be his
back.
father, regardless.
Oh, Bim's watched me bring Ashi back and seemed pretty interested in it.
He wanted his friend back, probably. You happy about Oshi being back?
Yes.
Yes. I don't know.
Hmm.
Was there something else?
Who is that directed to?
Bims.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Curious.
Yes. Well, I don't know if you got that from me or just you, but
A little
alright.
bit of both.
Okay. Wonderful.
That was close to a full sentence.
Yeah. Well, alright. We'll see. Oh boy. Alright, on to the capital and your friend.
Yes.
Are there any final preparations you'd like to make for your approach to the capital?
Good.
I'm just doing my breathing exercise every night instead of praying for right now.
Ah, shoot.
I'm not praying right now. Just
Okay.
saying.
On the 7th day, 5 days after the incident where Mortin was taken and the throne was attacked, you see, as the morning rises, a long, long river valley before you, rising upwards slowly and gradually to either side, are rolling hills covered in sheep fields, small hamlets, and farmland. To the north, you can just see the tips of mountains. To the southwest, what you can assume the northern reaches of the Dreadwood. But as you make it through the first hour, you begin to see what Dravosi you know to be the city of Neildra. The city itself approaching from the south, the first thing you see is the towering spires of a pristine white castle, topped with these blue glimmering slates in these
It's
conical,
Nashunga.
conical sort of roofs along the top. These pinnacles, incredibly tall. Dramatic white walls reach downwards, stopping at this tall crest, which hangs over the River Draw itself. Approximately 200 feet up, a cliff hangs over the River Draw, and the castle sits upon it. The town, or city, of Neildra spills down the hill from the castle that leads away westward from the river, spilling down onto an open valley and then back up the other side. It also wraps around that crest and then along the edges of the cliff, clinging to the river itself as a series of docks and industrial kind of regions set along the river itself. Smoke rises and the sounds of cities fill your ears as you get closer and closer, people calling, hawkers bustling here and there. This city is massive. Several of you are familiar with it. Demi, Zal. Actually, I'm sorry, just Dravosi is familiar with it. Demi, Zal. This city is far bigger than Gryrex. And far more impressive. And with that description, we're going to take our 10-minute break. We will rejoin the cast in 10 minutes. We will do the drawings, and then we'll get back into the story, my friends, okay? But we have made it to Neildra.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Neildra.
We did it, guys.
Thanks for staying with us for that heavy stuff. We love y'all.
Yeah.
We will be back shortly.
Bye.
can hear you.
Guys, we're giving away the dice now.
It is
Free stuff.
time.
Happening.
So we're going to start with the Skull Splitter dice, and then we're going to move on to the dice tray for 8K. So Skull Splitter dice, folks have been entering. This is the one that everybody's been entering by doing !win during our breaks whenever we're winning those raffles. There's a lot of entries there, so it's super exciting. I just really, again, want to ask you guys to go take a look at their products. I bought some Skull Splitter dice. It's really good stuff. It's really cost effective. My favorite thing that they do is that they just do random grab bags of dice that are a huge, like, it's like 12 dice for like $12. Like, it's really, it's a pretty neat, it's random. You don't get the aesthetic, but if you want to, like, you know, do a little gotcha on yourself with dice, like what, but don't gamble, but you know what I mean. It's worth it. So please do consider taking a look at Skull Splitter dice. I really like their products. I've been using them right here today. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll that raffle right now.
I'm ready to split it.
All right, guys. I have a winner. Wow, that was fast.
Wow, that was fast.
So, our winner of the approximately 100 dice in a skull mug provided by Skull Splitter Dice is Little Blue J, the Twitch user at Little Blue J. So congratulations, guys.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yeah, so if we're gonna miss you, Little Blue Jay. We'll message you if you're not here, if we don't see you in chat. If you are in chat, then one of our awesome mods will probably follow up with you. What we'll do is we'll reach out to you to get an email address so that we can get you in contact with Skull Splitter, who are going to get those shipped over to you. If for some reason we don't get a claim on that, then we'll re-roll and we'll follow up with the next winner. But Little Blue Jay, congrats on those dice.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Skull Splitter, for sponsoring us. This is so cool and neat. That is a ton of dice you just won. Woo! Okay, Parker, over to you.
Okay, so mine isn't going to come up on the screen. Sorry, guys. But I do have everybody in a random generator for the 8K giveaway of this wonderful handmade dice tray, the Welcome In Dice Tray. So if I could please, when I click this, get a drum roll, my friends. Ready? I know this game! Okay, our winner of our 8K giveaway of this handmade Welcome In Dice Tray is JJ's Cosplays.
Holy shit!
Thank you. So JJ,
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So I will get in contact with you on how to send you this wonderful dice tray. So congrats. And thank you guys for entering. We'll see what our next big goal will be.
Oh my
I
god.
also just want to say I love the fact that you said it and I look in chat and JJ's just ... There's a field of dots.
Oh, that is so exciting. Again, congratulations to Little Blue and to JJ. We're really excited, and thank you to Parker's dad, the Eldritch Nerd, for making that.
Yeah, Elder
for
Nerd.
real.
Elder Nerd.
This is the only thing I roll in now.
It's so good.
I won't even roll in my computer.
I know.
Oh,
Imagine.
no.
All right, guys. Now, you are currently approaching from the river. You've got a little bit of time if you have any preparations you like to make. You see barges pulling up along these very similar docks to those of Tyrant's Landing. The city sprawling out along the western shore of the River Draw. How would you like to proceed?
Reach out to my friend Mavanon immediately.
Okay.
Just say, cast sending. Center him in my mind. Mavanon, we've arrived. Is someone meeting us, or are you?
I have sent one of the clergy. Look for a halfling, in the black and white tabard. I look forward to seeing you.
My boy. Okay. And I will pass the description on to the rest of the party so that we can look out for this individual.
Did they give a name?
They tend to work in discretion, but the clothing is unmistakable.
Okay.
And you see now there are a number of small rowboats, even a few fishing boats with little masts on them, but they look to be made to kind of cut back and forth across the river. You do see a small village on the far side of the river, though there's no bridge across to get to it. And you do see other barges dotting this river, some of them moored up, sitting there with no tug, so to speak, to pull them, others still being moved in and out. Sean, stop it.
Up a river without a tug. I got you, Sean. You're muted. I got you.
Okay.
It's about to be a
Sorry,
tugless campaign.
Oh, man. How will we survive?
Can't get by without a tug. How do you guys want to proceed? I could do it too.
There it was. There it was. I
That
needed
was
that
it.
one.
Oh, shit.
They said they're receiving us? We're not leaving this throne on this barge. Or are we? If we are, then more than one of us should stay with it.
True.
Yes. If one of you would like to come with me to meet Mamadon, we can discuss next steps while some stay behind to guard the throne.
I can
Stay
go.
behind.
Whatever anybody wants. Last time I got at the throne, I got my throat kind of, taken away. So.
Do you want to handle next steps, or?
I'll handle whatever you guys need. I don't know the plan, but you've been in contact with
We
me.
don't have a plan.
We don't have one yet.
Up to your discretion.
Tammy, you seem more apt, like you know what you want to do, so I think you should go.
I will go. Watch out for Scarron.
Stay safe.
When Demi says that, Zal's actually to go and take off his cloak, like his jacket.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just in like a shirt and his armor. Just so you know, I'm not gonna put that back on for a while. So if you do see me with this on, it's not me. Now that we know that he can copy us, Zal's trying to make a distinction from himself to that version of him that he last saw.
Smart.
Not to be mean, he also won't have a starburst in his chest.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was thinking he would
Yeah,
have
you
a big
won't
thing.
know. Secret.
That's a good tell, though. I love
Yeah.
it.
show me your chest.
Ah!
Ah!
And honestly, if he's like, no, I don't want to show you my chest, then we'll be like, it's definitely not Zal.
Definitely not.
I don't know what you're talking
Do you
about.
want to see my open chest and my scales?
You ever
What if
see
we
my
have
open
a
chest?
question? What if we ask, how is Kiara?
As a
And
code?
yeah, and if they don't respond, dead, then we know it's him. You
Well,
know too,
But effective?
Yes, I feel like I should probably know about this in order to not.
Friend
Be
who
The
passed
killed.
away.
response is dead.
It's a friend who passed.
Ah. Of course.
And the last thing Skyrim would have known was that she was alive and well. So,
Wouldn't even know her, really.
well, we did say that we went up there, and if he knows you know what I mean?
Yes.
When did this happen?
Recently.
A week and a half ago.
It was.
I think it's less.
It was a week to travel up
It was
river.
a little week and a half because
Yeah,
it was
it's
a week
and
of
a half.
travel. Yeah, it was about a week and a half.
And then it took us 3 days to get back, and 3 days.
Yeah.
So, like 2 weeks ago.
Jesus. About 2 weeks ago.
Wow, I suck.
You have had a very difficult few weeks.
It's a very long month for us.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's
I'm sorry, it is not easy to continue.
We have no choice.
Do.
Yes.
We always have a choice, but we have to make the right one.
We basically have no choice.
Next steps.
Yes. So, let's look for your friend.
All right.
Stay safe, you two.
So a few points of order. You have done what I assume you at some point checked the captain's cabin.
I probably
Oh, yeah.
would have.
So there was a body to remove in there. Nobody ever said anything, so I just left it.
Oh god.
We probably
We've picked his pocket and got our gold back.
yeah.
No. Oh.
110%.
Demi did that. Demi did that.
Or
Charming.
one of the two of them definitely did.
What would you like to do with that body?
I'm gonna guess.
I'll say one of those days Peach swam to shore and buried it.
That's fair.
Yeah, we
Slowed you down
properly
a little bit. Nothing too
I'll
much.
just fly you to shore. You don't have to swim.
Done deal.
Okay. I will say before Demi and Gervosi leave, Peach will try and fail to cast Bless on them.
And fail. Oh boy.
level 1 paladin.
What does it look like? Does it
I
look like
love
anything
this.
in particular, Button?
Well, I think they don't have holy water, but they'll just discreetly dip a finger in that paint and just look at it on their finger like it's a star and will it to guide them and just watch the two and see no reaction. Put the cat back on the jar and put it back in their satchel.
Tragic. Okay. Now, you are currently pulling up to a sorry, go ahead, Parker.
Sorry, did we see them do this?
Button.
They weren't making a big show, but they weren't trying to hide it either necessarily.
Could I reason out what they're doing?
Intelligence check?
Okay.
Straight?
Straight intelligence?
Yeah.
So I don't add anything? Please. 19!
Cast a spell of some sort?
Certainly
Certainly look like a spell.
Okay. So this is when they're leaving, right?
Yes.
So she'll reach over and just squeeze their wrist almost and be like, so work in progress. And she walks on.
Okay.
'Cause that's what she told him about poems.
So, as you pull the barge up to the dock, there are a few individuals waiting to help throw rope and line out to this vessel that does not belong to you and is not registered to you.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like to proceed?
Before we get to the thing, are we going with honesty here? Is that what we're doing? I know.
I think we can tell them that we contacted Monastrad, that we were waylaid, and that the captain and his mate are sadly deceased. I think we should be honest.
These are not Mavenon's people.
These are
dock workers,
Dock.
to be clear.
Gotcha. I mean, should still be honest that the captain didn't make it. If
Okay.
that's
What?
what they're
Why
asking.
can't
Are
any
they
of us-
asking us something?
Why can't any of us pose as the captain?
because he comes in here probably a lot, and
That's probably
that
true.
seems like a very long con for no.
And this is a person's life. Maybe
I've
he has
done
things
more.
to get in order.
She'll look for whoever looks like the most in charge.
Okay.
when they get there.
In this stretch, there is just a dwarven man in fairly common clothing who seems to be pointing folks to throw ropes up and moving towards the tug to help guide it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of looks at the name. All right, who are you?
I am Captain Demi Waters.
What's your business? What you got? Cargo?
Yes.
All right, what are you reporting?
Reporting?
What's your cargo?
Oh, relics, antiques.
Antiques. All right. You need me to go get a Gaxibald then?
Excuse me?
Gaxibald gear was, excuse me, let me make sure was the point of contact for the crown that was provided to you.
From Monastrad.
Yes. The one
Cool.
who is intended to help chauffeur this the rest of the way to the court.
Peach will call over. No, not yet. Sorry, we have to make sure everything is
We
shipshape.
have to get it appraised first.
Right, all right. How long are you going to be moored?
At
And roll
least
deception for me.
2 days. I will do that.
Future them.
Who? Either of you. We'll say Demi with advantage from...
Can I help?
I'm already getting advantage. Right?
Yes.
8 plus... Where's my deception?
Yes.
5. So
23.
18 plus 5, so 23.
All right, very good. So 2 days. You don't want me to get Gaxibald yet. You're going to have it appraised. Antiques. Right. Where's your certificate of ownership for the vessel?
Unfortunately, I do not have it. It's not my vessel.
We were laywayed on our journey and the captain is deceased.
Right. Well, then I'm going to need you lot to stay here, and I'll go get the guard.
Shit.
Boys!
He gets us.
All right.
This is why I don't
Now
like
he's gonna
being
charm person?
Okay.
I was literally looking at my spells right as you said that to see what I had ready to go.
Actually,
As he's about to turn to address the other dock workers there, and you see a few guards with halberds and the golden and green tabards with the lion's head just in the general vicinity, not in any specific. They're just on duty in the area.
mm-hmm. Actually, she's gonna think better of that. She's not gonna do that.
Okay, what's the plan? He is slowly
Gonna let it
turning
happen.
from you.
I'm sorry, sir. Can I ask why the guard's getting involved?
Well, you just said somebody's been murdered.
Yes.
Right, so we get the guards.
Okay. Do I have to put a pause in my business? We are here for...
Absolutely.
Really?
I mean, yeah, we need to get a statement from you. I mean, you seem like nice enough folks, but you just rolled in here. Somebody's died. We'll need the guards to check the vessel. Make sure everything's good.
Alright.
All right. Okay. He turns and walks over to a few folks. And he gives you an appreciative nod, but does move towards the guards. He speaks with a few of them. A human approaches, nodding and kind of waving to a few of the other guards positioned down the way who begin to head towards you, and he steps forward. Hello?
Hello.
I am Neil. How can I help you? I'm sorry, if
Neil.
that's a dumb thing to say. This is my first day.
Your
That
first
man
day?
reported you've had a murder.
Can you describe your person to me?
I love Neil.
Can you, is this a guard?
This is a
then?
guard that stepped forward, yes. It's a human
Can
guard. He's got a bit of a mustache growing and that's kind of brown, and he's a little gangly. And so, yes,
Quick.
Neil.
What?
So that's our new quartermaster, right?
So, we already took a guard. His name is Carl. So, okay. Yes, we paid for passage up here on this vessel and were attacked in the night and just had to kind of fend for ourselves to get the rest of the way.
All right. I'm gonna... Steve,
I'm sorry?
can you... He calls over to one of the others. Can you go get Captain Gaston? That's... Thank you, citizen,
welcome.
for being a good citizen.
Neil?
Yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Less is more.
All right.
You're going for intimidation, right?
I?
And like a strong presence.
I
Yes.
don't think so. I think
Just
Neil,
a
you're
strong
doing great
presence,
on your
not
first day.
necessarily like, don't feel like you have to fill the space. Is my point.
Right. Well, then
You're doing
you
great.
stand there, and Captain
you.
Gaston will be here shortly.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Zol definitely leans over to Dravosi during this whole thing and goes, yeah, remember that whole thing about, like, peace? This is what she does a lot. She tries to help people, like, be more confident in themselves. It's pretty fun.
Huh.
Everyone but herself.
Ooh, that's a D&D PC mood.
That's a cut.
I want that as an audio clip that I could just play at times.
It's a clip. Every time I text you, just that.
Everyone but herself.
It takes a few minutes. The guards kind of discuss among themselves for a little bit before returning to the dock side and just kind of watching you all. About 15 minutes later, another human rides up with two guards flanking him, again wearing the green and gold of Kioland with a few medals affixed to his tabard. Clean jaw, kind of dusty reddish blonde hair. He's riding up on a large black horse. You hear the kind of on the cobblestones that make up the moorings here as he approaches.
Mm-hmm.
Good day. Good day. I've had a report of a murder. And he kind of hops down, and he's a broad-shouldered individual, fairly tall, about 6'2". Kind of steps forward. You are the captain of the vessel, or?
Oh no, I captained my own vessel off the shore of the Azure coast. Is that Neil?
That's Neil.
Neil.
I'm saluting at that.
I know.
Captain, get him. How do you?
Anyway, so, I captained my own vessel off the Azure coast. We are delivering things to this city and had to get a barge up here. Unfortunately, we were attacked in the middle of the night, and the owner of the tug and the owner of this boat both passed away.
Right. All right. Neil, boys, we're going to have the folks board your vessel, Captain Demi.
That's
and
fine.
Take a look around. We'd ask that you just stay right here.
Okay.
Anything you want to let us know beforehand? Anything we need to be concerned about? And I'm sorry, you said your name was Captain Demi, is that correct?
Demi Waters, yes.
Demi Waters, Demi
Of the Falling Star.
Waters.
Yes.
Falling Star. Why does that ring a bell?
I'm a singer.
A singer.
Yes.
I don't
That's
really
why
like
most-
music. Any other
boy,
reason I would know you?
Not
The heroes of Salt Marsh.
Oh, we were, the heroes of the Black Isle.
Oh, the king's been waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we'll be doing that as soon as we handle our business here.
Good. Well,
Yeah.
as long as you haven't murdered anybody, right? All right, boys,
No.
get on.
Never have.
And they begin boarding.
Not
the
without
vessel.
the crown asking.
Good. That's true. They begin kind of taking a look through the ship.
And perhaps Zol and Peach, you should stay close by the throne so that no
Absolutely.
inquisitive hands watching close.
It's in a box, right?
It's in a
Yeah,
box.
put it in a box.
I built a box around it over the last 4 days. So
But yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead.
it's not
I
been
was
lifted.
gonna
or
say,
anything.
if they're gonna go stand by that, since he asked for things to know, we do have a pseudo dragon and a sprite on board. Please don't hit either of them, accidental or otherwise. Just letting you know that there are things flying around. And two, that cargo is very, very delicate, so please avoid your guards possibly manhandling it.
What's in it?
As it is. Antiques, relics.
All right. You don't want it opened?
No, we would prefer not.
I'll have to run it by the crown. Are you delivering it to the court, or is it going someplace else?
We should be, yes. But we do have to go by and get some appraisal on it first.
All right. I'm going to go get Gaxabold, or have one of the boys get Gaxabold as well. We'll need to run this by him.
Perfect. Monastrad should have sent word ahead.
Monastrad. All right.
Yeah.
Hi. Gaxabold. And you see one of them, who had also come up on a horse, mount his horse and go riding off down slowly, weaving through the crowds towards where you assume Gaxabold is, kind of disappearing around one of the bends on the shore. The crew is going to take a look through everything here. Okay.
I don't have any eagle.
After a little bit of time, some rummaging around in the back quarters, a few of the guards return and present a series of papers that they hand over to Captain Gaston, who begins flipping through. Says, letter mark, ownership to one Ernst, cargo, antiques, checks out. All right, and he begins taking your statement. Murder, you said. How long ago? When?
5 days? No, wait, yes. 5 days ago.
Any landmarks where on the river?
Oh, I have no idea where we
Before
were.
the Three
Would you
Rivers,
recall with Keen
merge.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, sorry. What did you say, Ben?
Just before the Three Rivers merge.
Yeah.
Prior to that point.
I was asking if Demi would remember any other noticeable things with Keen Mind or not.
It was
I didn't have
very,
her search
very
for that.
foggy at that time
Okay.
of night, and there was a lot going on.
Okay.
So I'm afraid not. But
Just
before the
making sure.
Three Brands helped. So Wide River, got it. And where is the corpse?
We buried them.
Where?
I on the shore, in a similar location.
Okay.
We didn't really specify, but I'd say that we would have marked it in some way, and we would know how many days ago we buried them.
He takes
so
that
we could give a
information.
rough.
And you get the feeling he's not being callous, but he wants all the information. So it's a little just abrupt, and he kind of rattles through it. He gets the location of the body that was buried. And were there any other individuals on the vessel with you?
Other than the two that tried to kill us.
There were two that were trying to attack the boat, and one other with us that was taken.
So you're saying there's a kidnapping as well.
Yes, although I don't think you'll find him in any registry. He's our family, so we'd be the only ones looking for him.
Do you have a name of the kidnapped individual?
Mortin,
Morton.
Crumblebunk.
Description?
Is that right? Fearbolg, like, a foot and a half taller than I
All right.
am. Kind of a grey blue.
Slim.
Very,
Likes-
a little lanky. Wearing like furs.
Right. Good. Right, oh. Here they come now, and you can see trotting the guard, although you don't see anybody flanking him through the crowd around you until they get very close, when the kind of horse pads along and a gnome hops down from behind the knight. Hello, my name's Gaxabold. I hear you have some antiques that need to be checked in, reviewed. Captain Demi Waters, is that right?
Yes.
All right.
Hello.
Give me a second here. Hello, nice to meet you. And he
Hi.
pulls out this book, and it is about as big as his torso. It's very thick, and he begins flipping through it. Oh, you're the one bringing something for the king. Or
Yes.
someone who works
Maybe.
for the king.
We're not
Alright.
entirely.
This says I should let them know right away. So I'll send a messenger up, so that we can get this squared away, right?
Can I ask that you pause? We would love to handle this quickly, but we do have other business that we have to attend to, and I know that we're due at court when we do this, and we're not exactly ready. We did have someone murdered on the way here, so...
Oh, that explains
Some
the guards.
Some grace would be appreciated.
I mean, the safest place for whatever this thing is up in the castle. You can have the guards hold it up there if you want.
True, but
I mean, just watching.
I think that we would feel more comfortable if we could keep it here, because we don't want anything to happen to anybody else that's unfortunate. And we've experienced so much with this that we're just trying to make it the easiest for all of us.
Roll persuasion.
Okay. Where is my D&D Beyond? That is a 16 plus 7. So that is a big number that I don't know how to add right this second.
20.
So I'm stalling 23.
He kind of is like, you see Gaston is standing off to one side and glances at you all, and then he looks back at you. Crown wants this. Like now.
How about
I'm talking
tomorrow? How about tomorrow? It's a simple
Or at least
solution.
until the end of the day. I mean, we
Exactly.
have things to handle.
It'll only take us just a little bit of time. We just have a couple things to handle.
I can't imagine my court appearance being directly after we just had to sail something unfamiliar for us for 5 days.
Tell you what, he walks up. Guy with the black hair. Lean down.
I lean down. This is the first time I've leaned down for any character.
Amazing.
Persuade me.
Oh, right. Well, I don't know if you... And he's still leaned down. How much money do I have on me? Give me a minute. I gotta see this. I think... sorry, I don't mean to point this out like so obviously, but I think when you went to talk to me, you dropped this. And I bring out 5 gold, and I... What?
Is that all you have?
Oh, no, I have a lot more.
Oh, I was like, oh my god.
I'm not dumb. I'm not giving them all my gold, though.
This is my 5 gold. I did drop this. Now, persuade me.
Son of a bitch. Give me a minute, because I have a really funny idea.
Okay.
I have a really funny idea.
I've been so tempted to do something this whole time.
I mean,
but
you guys can do whatever you want here. I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, I'm
Kill him and take
I
the city.
defer to the party on how to handle their business, but I do feel like I am like shooting Demi a look. Like,
I'm looking... Oh, God, do I do this?
do it.
Do I do this? Fuck it! He goes, when he says persuade him, he's gonna look him in the eye, and his eyes are gonna do the weird, like, golden reflection thing, and I'm gonna cast suggestion on him.
All right. Suggestion. Now, you need a wisdom saving throw from me. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh.
Oof. That is a failure, my friend. I guarantee you. Okay, so on a failed save, it pursues a course of action. You suggest, to the best of its ability, the suggested course of action continue for the entire duration of the spell, which is up to 8 hours.
Great.
What's the course of action you're going to suggest?
So I look at him and I go, it would be great if we could just have until the end of the day. I know it's 8 hours or so from now. We can come grab this, no problem.
So what's the specific course of action you want him to take?
Let us keep this on the ship for 8 hours.
Oh, that's true. Didn't help me.
Don't help. Don't help.
Somebody
This is
just
my
helped
one.
me.
This is my one.
Unfortunately, it did not help me. So yeah, that totally checks out, I guess.
Great.
Gaston, keep an eye on this river cutter. I'll be back in like a day, I guess, or so, to get the goods. Okay.
Goodbye, friend. And I give him a
Bye.
big old smile.
And he just kind of walks away. Okay, son of a bitch. Gaston looks a little like... That doesn't seem right. So, we're leaving things here now? I thought... Whatever, just...
Sorry, he was talking to me. I didn't get to tell you. He's going to leave things here for the rest of the day. We work something out, and then he'll be back later to collect.
You're more than welcome to leave, like, someone here. Neil's very nice. One person.
Nice.
Neil's very good. First day, very impressive.
Good to know. We'll leave some guards posted. Don't leave the city. And can we get the names of the rest of your cohorts, Captain Demi?
Oh, cohorts. Oh, okay. Sure. That's Peach, and that's Zol. That's Stravosi.
Peach, Zol, Stravosi.
Sorry, real quick. My name's not Zol. My name is Garrix. It's
Roll deception.
It's a nickname. I don't go by my real name anywhere. I'm not going by my shit. What's my deception? Never mind, not shit anymore. I forgot I have really good deception. I don't lie a lot. It's 14.
All right. Zol slash Garrix. Got it.
Fuck me.
Fuck
me. The nickname.
Too late.
Right. Just don't leave the city. We'll have your names and descriptions with the guards.
Okay.
We'll check on the investigation. Enjoy your stay in Neil Dra.
Thank you.
He kind of gets back on his horse, gives you a nod, Captain, and begins to move down the dock. You're left with just a few guards who are just kind of milling about on the dock watching the vessel.
Is Neil one of them?
Neil is one of them.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
To the rest of the group, I kind of nod towards the cabin.
Oh, sure.
Start heading in there.
Yeah,
Peach will stay out to just keep an eye on the crate. We'll just against the door.
Cool. When the three of them get in the cabin. Okay, we have like 8 hours because I had.
Oh well.
No. I had to use that thing that you always tell me not to use. Had to do it.
Well, here's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're supposed to be like better than like the bad guys, but like honesty, really, is this what it gets us?
I should have just told him it was my ship.
I don't know why.
Could have just said it was my ship.
Honest thing. Morton's not even here to look disapproving at me.
I know, right?
It's
pretty
not...
great. But
like,
no.
sorry.
But like, I don't know how long it's been, but we have 8 hours from whenever I whispered to him that second time.
Perfect. We should go.
So
Yep.
obedience. Yes. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Bad idea.
It is.
Not a fun suggestion.
Peach and Zal are staying behind, and Demi and Dravosi are going to visit. Okay. As you kind of step from the vessel, Dravosi, what's your passive perception?
Oh, let's take a look. 18.
Okay. You would have noticed for quite some time there is a young man, probably like not even a man, a kid, 13 or 14, wearing the black and white tabard that has just been watching from up on one of the kind of overlooks.
Yeah, the moment that all of that gets taken care of, I think I will just look directly up at him and give a nod.
Kind of nods at you. Ushers for you to follow.
Demi?
Oh, cool. Let's go. Beams.
What?
Yeah.
And yes, we will follow this person in the robes.
Okay. The person in the robes does stand out quite easily amongst the vibrant population, but this black and white tabard, you're not seeing anybody else wearing it. It is black trim with these kind of deep white cuts, no actual symbology on it. It is just the tabard itself. This kid kind of moves at a leisurely pace, occasionally checking to make sure you're all following, as he leads you into the city proper. You move along a fairly large main road. These tall wooden buildings with white plastered walls and like these large wooden beams running along the side. A lot of thatch and this blue slate occasionally. You also see once in a while the copper roofs of Seaton, Demi. As you move along towards further into the city, at a certain point you find yourself emerging on a very wide cobblestone road. It is wide enough for 3 or 4 carts to move north abreast. Then there are these planters, these round planters with big trees growing straight out of them that are 30, 40 feet tall, casting a little bit of shade. And then there's another stretch for up to 3 carts abreast to run southwards on. And you see this major thoroughfare very busy. The kid kind of dips his way between all the carts moving up and down this main road. And then disappears down another street, heading off westwards from the other side.
Now, is this route that he is taking us one that I would recognize?
You know you are heading towards the Catacombs district.
Cool. Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, you've kind of skirted across. You know the districts. So you have skirted. You've come through the Riverside district. You've hit the main street, which runs north-south through the city. You kind of touched upon the corner of Dragon's Stand. Let me double check the name on that. One moment, make sure. Right.
Pencil down.
Excuse me, the Dragon's Mark district. You kind of skirted along the top of the Dragon Mark district, and now you're heading towards the Catacomb district, which kind of runs westward. Up, it's been a bit of a walk. You've kind of passed along Demi. As you look up, the towering Castle Scody, has always been just to the north, off to your right, sitting up on this hill. And the hill runs down. You can see the town leading inwards towards this main street. And as you cross the main street, you head towards a kind of a flatlands, and then there is another hill raising upwards, and you see structures built into that hill as well. The architecture slowly begins to change as you follow this young man who kind of just again continues to make their leisurely pace forwards. Most of the construction here, not brand new, but it becomes quite noticeable when you walk into what Dravosi you know to be the Catacombs district, where it was these white plastered walls with these wooden frameworks and thatch and slate roofs. It suddenly becomes old squat stone buildings, worn, well made, but all made entirely from stone with wooden beams across the top. It looks much more worn than the rest of the city. The streets, the cobblestones, more beaten down. There's plenty going on. It's perfectly busy, but the aesthetic drastically changes as you're led along through this region.
We're getting close.
As you cross through the catacombs, this kind of fairly gray region of the city, you break into an open square. And before you, cut into the side of this hill, is the face of a temple that runs upwards 4 stories. Massive columns of this gray granite rock flank openings that lead into the hill itself. Individuals in different robes and scholarly attire come in and out down these long steps that kind of slope into the square at which you stand. The square itself is just a large, broad, open space. There are a few small stands on various corners, and in the center there is a bone white fountain made of some strange quartz-like stone that bubbles up a clear water. Dravosi, you know this to be the Temple of the Catacombs, the namesake for the district itself.
Mm-hmm. All right. Ready?
Sure, certainly.
It's a lot.
Yes, it is. Quite.
The young man cuts across. You can see him already on the far side of the square, heading up the stairs towards the main structure. You follow suit?
That is where we will go. Yes.
Okay. As you walk between these columns, they themselves are approximately 4 stories tall themselves. But behind them are these cave-like entrances ornately carved into the gray rock that makes up the structure of this hill. There's not a lot of sound or noise, barring the sound of humanoid footfalls on open stone. The floor itself is just one flat cut, no tile work, no covering, nothing like that. And as you pass between these columns, you step through one of these cave kind of entryways that, again, also 4 stories tall and approximately 20 feet wide each entryway. You step through this cut that runs about 15 feet deep and then into a massive open cave, completely man-made or humanoid-made, carved into this stone. Light reflects gently and lightly off of that gray stone, just slightly. The cave runs backwards hundreds of feet, and you see little offshoots heading deeper into various sections. A desk runs along the far back side of the cave across the room from you, and there are wooden pew-like seats with backs on them that sit facing that desk, hundreds of them. They mostly seem to be open. A few humanoids sit in them. There is a general hush to the space.
Gods aren't really my thing. We're not actually supposed to worship here, right?
No.
Okay.
Well, not us.
Great. Good.
Dravosi would know this is essentially a waiting room.
Mm-hmm. It's a little unconventional here, but this is where people wait to be received.
Is there a way to skip ahead in line?
And as you say
I look
that,
for the yeah.
the young man does not emerge. However, a very frail, thin-looking bone-white tiefling steps from an opening behind the desk. His eyes are jet black, though there is a slight twinkle to them as he casts his gaze upon the two of you. He wears robes that are just slightly off-white from his own skin tone, almost entirely, with a long hood that dangles down past to the bottom of his knees. You feel like if he put it on, it would just hang back behind him. His arms are closed in sleeves that also similarly dangle down. The only other coloring is a gentle black trim that runs along the very base of his robes, which swishes along the stone floor. There are 2 white horns that go directly up before abruptly jutting backwards slightly. The only hair on this individual is a white tuft that kind of poofs from the end of his chin. Dravosi knows this to be Mavinon.
And kind of looking more open than Demi has ever seen her, Dravosi will stride forward with like her hands held out.
Mavinon kind of approaches, and you see as he gets close, the hands come out, and they are these long, bony, white fingers with long nails, probably about 5 or 6 inches long. And he slowly kind of wraps them around Ravosi's hand in greetings. Hello, Travose,
Havanon,
it has been too long.
it is so good to see you, friend.
Yes, yes. What brings you here? You sounded quite... Oh, and who is this?
This is a new friend of mine, Demi Waters.
Demi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I am Mavanon.
Nice to meet you.
Now, what is it you would like to discuss?
I wish I was coming with more joyful news, Mavanon. Is there somewhere more private that we can talk?
We can go up to the balcony. Certainly, all my quarters are near the front. Certainly, there's meeting rooms. One moment. Sean.
Sean?
Yes.
You see, from your position, seated in the wooden pews, which you have been sitting in for days, being sent home at night, only to return again. Two individuals stride into the room, led by one of those little children who keep running in and out of the temple.
Mm-hmm.
You see who I have not yet met, but have identified as the leader of the catacombs, step forth from the first, for the first time, making an appearance. Somebody that you've been asking to see for days.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He greets these strangers. There are some hushed words shared between them. And then he turns and begins to lead them towards the back of the catacombs.
Okay. Trying to, as best he can, contain a bit of outrage in this very quiet, very important place. He will stand up and say, "With all due respect, I think this is absolutely ridiculous."
And you hear, there is one person off to your left who goes, "Shh." Mavanon, however, stops and slowly turns to look at you. And do the others turn?
Yeah, what do we see?
You see, Sean.
You see a standing roughly 6'2", this dragonborn individual with these bright white scales, as pristine and white as new fallen snow. They look immaculately cleaned. This figure is draped in these ornate green and gold of the city robes, with the insignia of these cities on them. Standing, tall and proud, and a single golden monocle hanging in his right eye, as he stands with this small gentleman's cane at his side that is resting his hand on and keeping most of his weight on.
Yes, what is it?
Looking back to everyone who shushed him, I have been waiting here for a few days now, and all I wish is to see a few of your archives. These two waltz in and they're greeted with open arms. This seems a bit unfair.
I'm sorry.
What is it that you seek?
To me?
Yeah. Rose is curious.
I simply wish to research, looking a bit like befuddled that you spoke up. My business is my own.
One person walks in and is just like,
I'm sorry. What is your name?
You must forgive me. In the excitement, I forgot my manners. I am Salvatore. Tithus Salvatore Calvernius Charlemagne VII. And he bows and lets his side cape sort of brush out a little bit.
Very good. Well, I am immeasurably sorry that my people have kept you waiting, Salvatore. I can assure you that we will grant you access to the archives. Follow me, we're headed in that direction.
He just looks back to the crowd that just shuts him and goes, and follows Raging Red.
Oh my god.
Turns out yelling does get you your
The
way.
greasy wheel catches the oil, I assume.
You do note.
Can you say that out loud?
You do know that
Yeah.
Mavinon did clock the green and gold robes that Salvatore is currently wearing. And there is a slight acknowledgement.
Mhm.
Right, this way. And he leads you, slowly and gracefully, barely making any sound himself, which you find to be quite impressive because the clacking of Salvatore's cane and the footfalls of Dravosi in all of her armor kind of, like, they echo quite loudly in this hall, especially with how quiet and somber it is. Mavinon leads you back past this desk, down this large stone carved hallway. And as you pass through, you see these intricate carvings running along the walls. This hallway goes back about 60 feet, and you see, again, these carvings all along the walls before two openings manifest. One directly forward, leading into a large room where you catch the glimpse of stacks upon stacks upon stacks of books. These black and white robed figures are darting between, going up and down the stairs. Mavinon turns and looks to Dravosi and Demi and says, if you'll step this way, and he gestures into a side room.
I can't go with the... No, it's fine.
Are you alright?
I just, that's a lot of books.
Ah, yes, the Archives of the Dead. It is what I believe Mr. Salvatore wishes to spend some time looking at.
Oh.
The librarian will help you, Mr. Salvatore. Proceed.
He doesn't even hear this guy. He's just going, I dreamt of paradise so many times, but I never thought I'd get there.
I'm so jealous. All right.
Another time.
Yes, another time.
Thank you.
It's just
I don't know how to say thank you enough.
check with the librarians and know that there are rules.
At this point, he'll actually notice the other people he's walking with for the first time. And he'll just sort of curiously like squint his eyes towards Demi.
Hello. May I help you?
Your hair, it's much like the oceans. Forgive me if this is too forward, but you wouldn't happen to be Demi Waters, would you?
I am. Yes. Why do you ask?
One of the heroes of Saltmarsh. I must say the court is absolutely abuzz with news of your coming arrival. I did not expect you to arrive today.
Yes. Finishing up some urgent business before court appearance. You know, can't go looking like this. Salvatore, was it?
Salvatore, yes.
Wonderful. And you're part of the court?
I'm a meager consultant for the court. I take present there sometimes to help them deal with things, and more of a historical buff, if you will.
Oh, wonderful. I have quite a few things that I would love to talk about for someone who actually likes history.
Indeed. I've heard quite a bit of stories about your little group, and I'm curious to find out just how many are true.
All of them, and some more you haven't heard. So maybe we could have a mutual beneficial relationship at some point. Do you enjoy the books for me?
Indeed I will. Ha ha! And he will stroll to the nearest librarian.
Okay. You are met, and a conversation begins where they thoroughly query what you are asking for. Salvatore, as you look around the space, the front area, and again, this is just cavern, but the section of this cavern, again, there are stacks that are about 15 feet tall that run directly outwards, and it goes back and back and back until you can't see. There is a seating area, and there is basically a series of clerical desks that run along the front. And you do see, positioned in various locations along the stacks, individuals in the black and white, but they are armed and wearing armor. There are librarians at the desks, and those are the ones who begin conversing with you, again, in the black and white. And they have a conversation, they begin querying you about what you want, with the intent of going back into the stacks on your behalf.
Okay. Do I need to roleplay that out, or are they just going to...
For now, we'll jump to the other two, moving towards the room. As Dravosi and Parker, you're guided by Mavinon into a side seating room. It is well furnished. There is a fireplace, but you are deep within this hill and surrounded by bedrock. The smoke wafts into some sort of glimmering entrance that sits where there would be a shaft normally, but there's this radiating surface. There is a fire going there. You have noticed that as you've gotten deeper, it's gotten colder. The fire kind of flickers between familiar orange and red and a slightly bluish color. And Mavinon slowly lowers himself into a tall, backed leather chair and gestures towards the sofas that are seated. They're not extravagant, they're not ornate, but they're comfortable enough. There is a warm carpet laying across the center of the stone floor and a few side tables with various instruments you're unfamiliar with.
Well, sit, please. Let us discuss.
And Dravosi will take a seat and gesture to Demi to do as well.
She'll do that, taking the pseudo-dragon off of her, shoulders and holding him to pet him. Very confused.
There's purring.
Mavinon, there's not a simple way to say this. Well, there is a simple way, but not an easy one. But you remember when I first left Neildra, I was unsure of why I had to leave, but sure that I had to.
Looking for your purpose, as I recall.
Yes. I've been given a vision of Aragol.
He slowly stands.
Mm-hmm.
And as he's standing and you say Aragol, there is a noticeable pause.
Yeah.
And then he crosses the threshold and closes shut this wooden door.
Mm-hmm.
Please, give me a moment longer.
Of course.
And he begins casting something. You're not certain. But a very, very pale light green color manifests at the end of these splayed, bony fingers with these long, long nails. And something settles over the room. And where you thought the space was quieter before, you can now hear yourselves breathing as it becomes completely silent. He moves back to his chair.
Yes. Please. I apologize. Go on.
Your discretion is always appreciated.
My pleasure.
Aragol is dead.
Why do you say that?
I reached out to Ouijas in search of knowledge. And he gave me a vision of a hand that I am now told is the hand of the Scarlet Brotherhood, crushing the symbol of Aragol and reaching for Ouijas.
You say you've heard from Ouijas.
Yes.
And you have proof of this?
And you can see there is an urgency and a slight concern to his tone.
You are welcome to view it if you would like.
Yes.
I will not resist.
I would very much like. Please, excuse me one moment.
And again, he slowly rises, and there is a creaking and a cracking. And he steps across the carpet towards you, Dravosi.
Mm-hmm.
He raises his hands, and they splay out, and lifts it up to about an inch from Dravosi's forehead. And those pitch black eyes, flames, a light green flame in each eye. And he begins to murmur something. Languages? What do you guys speak?
Not much. Primordial, Common, and Aquane.
Okay.
That's it.
Celestial, Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, and Drow. Tiny bit of Undercommon.
Okay.
I don't think.
None of that aligns, but he begins muttering something under his breath. There is a pause, and Dravosi, you feel magic taking hold. You see memories surfacing of your kitchen table, of the entrails of your sacrifice, the blood, and then the hand. The crushing of Erigel, and then the second reach for Ouijas. And as the memory ends, the light in his eyes goes out and he staggers backwards.
I am sorry.
God. When was this?
About a week and a half prior.
You will have to excuse me, Captain Demi. Dravosi, you trust
Yes.
this woman?
Yes.
And what is your involvement, Captain Demi Waters?
In gods, nothing.
In all of this, in this vision.
The Scarlet Brotherhood has been threatening my family for a while now. And we were taking a relic up to the capital as a favor, and they've taken one of my friends. I'm sorry about your god.
The relic is also... The box that held it fell apart, and we saw the symbol of the Scarlet Brotherhood on it, which is what they were transporting.
Yes.
I know not of this Scarlet Brotherhood. But...
The hand that you saw in the vision?
Yes.
It is theirs.
They're rather awful.
He kind of slowly sits.
Dravosi, what do you know of the machine of death?
I'm gonna guess nothing, Josh. Do I?
You know of Ouijas and Erigel.
Yes.
You have heard whisperings of history. Religion check for me.
Sure. Ooh, terrifying. That's a nat 1, so only an 8.
Okay. You have heard of Ouijas and Erigel. You know that they play a part in the process of ushering souls parted from the prime material plane elsewhere.
I have not heard of it.
What happens to mortals after they pass from this realm is a very delicate and complex operation. It has felt wrong for a very, very long time.
How long?
Longer than I have lived.
Ah.
Communication with gods, especially those with jurisdiction over mortal souls, is not an easy process. If what you suggest is true, things are far, far worse than we assumed.
So you have been searching out this information before I brought it to you?
It does not work like scholars might want. Those of us attuned with individuals who are a part of the machinery of death must intuit more than research. But the signs are there. You invoked the name of Erigol. You say he is dead. His clergy still exist on this plane, though they are an isolated and independent group, and have been for thousands of years, if the annals tell so. Truthfully.
If Erigol has been dead for as long as you say, why does his clergy still exist?
We did not know Erigol was dead. If he is, until you spoke these words to me today.
I understand.
If he has been slain recently, we are all in grave danger. If this has sat as long as it possibly had, the world itself may come apart.
All right.
You have this throne with you.
Yes, that is the other matter.
You will bring it to me.
Good.
Oh,
No other hands shall touch it.
I am slightly concerned about the people that asked for the throne or the crown.
That will not be a problem.
How exactly are you going to get it? It's on a boat with guards watching it.
Give me 3 or 4 hours. You may stay, peruse the stacks if you wish.
Magic words for Demi.
You can have, we had 8 hours, so 3 to 4 hours. Yep, you're fine. You're good. Out this door was the library. That was this one. That one.
Is there anything further we should discuss, or would you
probably
wait until further? Dravosia, this is...
You may go if you'd like, Demi.
I can wait patiently.
Peach, I bet they're rushing to get everything done really quickly. I bet they're working so hard right now.
I speed read.
You said earlier, Captain Demi, that you are not involved with the gods.
No, sir.
My dear, greatly beg to differ.
Well, they didn't ask my permission first.
They never do.
I do not get, as far as I'm aware, anything from any one particular. So, sure.
We will gather your companions. We will converse further. The crown will wait.
Thank you, Mavanon.
Oh, okay.
Dravosi.
Yes.
I may have a task for you, but we will see. For now, let us bring all parties involved together.
Of course.
Kind of
I believe that task might be the same one that Dravosi already had in mind, so that'll work out.
Demi's going to books.
Books.
Okay.
As soon as she's released.
As you actually go to press against the door, he's paused standing in the middle of the room. His eyes have now, again, kind of developed that burning flame, and there is muttering once more. He kind of finishes whatever he was doing and turns, and as you go to pull the door, it will not open.
There's one moment.
And he waves his hand. Something shifts in the space, and the door comes open as you tug at it again.
Q.
Yes.
And she's gonna keen mind direction herself back to that stack room.
It's literally a left, and you walk into this massive open library.
Wonderful.
Where you see your dragonborn recent acquaintance currently having a conversation with a human woman with big glasses and just hair pulled straight back.
She's gonna stand as if it's a line behind him, like waiting.
Okay. She is, surprisingly, the only librarian currently in, though there are desks for all of them.
Okay.
Dravosi, where are you headed?
Suspicious.
I will join Demi, but I think I did have one last question for Mavanon that I would have waited until Demi was gone from the room to ask.
Okay. He turns to you.
The clergy of Aragal, where are they?
They hold monasteries dotted across all of Linnaeus. Walk with me.
And he steps back into that stone hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of begin to follow him back towards the entryway, away from the library.
The clergy of Aragon have been isolated for longer than I have lived. They are secretive, cloistered. Though there are records of that not being so. An exodus of sorts. A schism. My predecessors, my job, is to assure that the machinery works as best it can. To avoid conflict, to assure that Aragal remained worshipped. We allowed them to develop and establish their own practices and places of worship. This was thousands of years ago.
Mavinon, I can't explain it. For the first time in all of my life, I feel that I am being led towards something instead of walking without direction.
What would you do, Dravosi Arnuil?
I think I need to find them.
Very well.
The clergy of Aragal.
Find what you will. Return that information to me if you can. I fear
I will
your
do
friends,
And he glances back over his shoulder.
have become entrenched in something very, very dire.
Yes. I pray that they will rise to it.
I will leave you here. I have a rather boisterous king to attend to.
And he turns to the right and steps straight through a solid wall and disappears.
I do not envy that. All right, and I'm going to find Demi again.
Okay, you make your way back. Sean, you're standing in front of this Ganassi. What conversation are you having?
She's just been writing down the name of books.
Okay.
As I've been spewing at her. Corin's Last Index, the DeLorean Historian, anything you can find me about pre-Great Empire.
Right. Yes, okay. Pre-great,
Where is he?
Tybalt! Tybalt!
Tybalt!
And as she begins whistling, a translucent figure raises from the ground beside her through the floor.
Oh, jeez! Oh!
You rang, ma'am.
Yes, this list here, Tybalt, please identify and mark them, and have one of the acolytes return them to me.
I start looking around like, notice Demi's like, is that a fucking ghost?
Very good, ma'am.
We got ghosts? I don't know.
And there is a poof, and this ghost whips back across the room in a blur of white, disappearing into the stacks.
Working even in death. I wonder if that's interesting. What's a library? It probably would be very fun. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Are you
I move out
with
of
him?
for the line.
I was just like, there was just like a little blue Ganassi head just like popping out from behind the Dragonborn at one point while she was talking. Like,
Friends of yours.
hello.
Oh, look, another
Mere
one as
acquaintances.
Travosi steps into the room.
Acquaintances.
Are you-
Hello.
Mr. Salvatore, your texts will be ready shortly. If you'd like to take a seat.
Shine my monocle. Yeah, perfect. Go sit down.
And there are, again, fairly comfortable seating, albeit fairly old and worn, just positioned all over the place. These long coffee tables, very well kept. There aren't stacks of books anywhere. Everything is in its place. It's quite organized. Because if it's not, Button would yell at me. No, it is very, very well. You get the feeling like if someone were to leave a book somewhere, it would be back on the shelves in moments.
Gotcha.
As you take a seat.
And what have you, Miss Captain Demi?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, hello.
Hello.
Demi Waters, nice to meet you. Can we ask for anything?
Yes, I can try.
Oh boy. I think I only have a couple hours. Do you have anything on Serdweir or the Feywild or familiars and summoning
Familiars.
Hey Josh, what was Oceanus' city under the sea called?
Wayserath.
And that city in particular. I think that's it. If you can find something on those.
Tybalt! Tybalt! And again, from the floor next to her, same ghost.
I'm so sorry, Tybalt. You're floating everywhere.
My pleasure.
These... And as she, like, holds up the paper, you see an acolyte trundle out this car, and it is the loudest... as it goes over, like, a raise, and he pushes through these little, like, wooden doors and rolls this cart of books up to the end of the reading table that Salvatore is currently sitting at.
Yes!
I take off my monocle, put it in a little pocket, take out a pair of small reading pinch nays, put them on my snout, and I take the first book.
Okay, which is the first... Well, at the top, it is... what did you ask for?
Corin's Last Index.
Okay, you've got Corin's Last Index, which is a very deep and thorough indexing of the late pre-Circle nations. So, the city-states of about 500 years ago. It's one that you've heard might be helpful, though you're hoping for something a little earlier.
Yeah. But I will read it regardless because it deals with the circles.
And so you begin.
Mm-hmm.
It's a few minutes, and then... This time it's a different acolyte with a cart. And they
all to make the same sound, though.
They all make the carts, like, all... Okay.
There's a bunch of tables, but in her excitement, she sat at the same one. Just, like, the other end of it. Like...
Okay. The two of you are sharing. And the coffee tables are about 10 feet long, and the book carts are situated at either end. And the old librarian woman looks to Dravosi. And you? Anything? You know this process.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, she's not going to ask for anything. Yep.
All right.
And she's just going to sit next to Demi.
Okay. And so you begin to sit in this room. You're here for some time, and the cold does begin to catch. It is cool down here, very cool. Not damp, just cool.
Perfect.
Braziers, excuse me.
There you go.
Braziers!
What are we talking about?
I love the catch.
Guys,
Damn you.
from Tug to Braziers, welcome to Conundrum Company.
Gracious.
We are 18 plus. I'm kidding.
I love it so much.
We are 18 up. Braziers, wow, baby, it's a party.
Oh my god.
So good.
Braziers that you had
Braziers?
not noticed.
Braziers?
Essentially, the way that this works is as you step into the room, there are these little stairs that lead down about 5 feet into the seating area, and then the desks past it. Set into that kind of 5 feet raise where there are not stairs at the corners where these seating areas are positioned, there are these braziers, and they light up as the chill begins to set in. And they are that sort of regular fire fading into the occasional bluish green and then back into the red color. I will leave you to your reading, and we will return to the Sea Cutter.
We watched the throne without issue. Nothing bad happened.
I should have gone with
So
them.
it shall be.
I should have gone with them.
Okay. Roll perception checks for me.
Okay.
And I am sitting atop the crate.
I was thinking about doing that, honestly.
Oh
It's
my
really fun.
lord. 11.
11. Okay.
Yeah.
7 for me, and then Ashi.
Great.
Oh, I actually got a roll, but I got to see what sprite stats are again, because I
Forgot. The woes.
16.
16. Okay. As far as y'all can tell, very uneventful. You spend your time watching the crate. The guards mill about. Eventually, a few of them sit down, start playing cards as they watch the vessel.
Are they betting on the cards?
Not on shift.
Damn it.
But they speak as though they are familiar with trading.
Damn it.
Eventually, about 2 hours in, a cohort of armored figures arrive in black and white tabards. They approach the... What's up? What's up?
I realized that Dravosi totally would have cast sending to tell.
You had an hour to 2 hours to think of this. Please. Demi's completely lost. Yeah.
Absolutely would have been like, they're protecting it. Why not? Yeah. Yeah. I think I have enough spell slots. I think I sent one to Zal and to Peach. Just to say, friends will be coming to help with the throne. Look for black and white robes. You can trust them.
Okay.
Thank you. Stay safe.
All right. About 2 hours after, or an hour or so after that message, guards. Their attire is a little different. The armaments of the Kyolan Guard, very well kept, as are the armaments and armor of the catacombs. But, again, the black and white tabards with no specific distinct indication is very different to Kyolan's gold and green with the kind of peripheral lion head silhouette. While the Kyolan Guard tend to have halberds and canonical dome-topped hats, the catacombs have flat-topped hats, almost like buckets, with slits cut across them. And they tend to be carrying a sword and a shield as they approach. The shield's mostly strapped to their backs. The lead figure approaches, and you see them walk up to one of the guards in green, and there is a hushed conversation. One of the guards in green calls out to another guard, who runs off into the city proper. Eventually, Gaston arrives again. Hello.
Hey.
It would appear that there has been a change in plans. The antiquity that you are delivering is to be delivered to the catacombs.
Yep.
The guards here, and he ushers to the individuals in black and white, will be your retinue. Boys, we're going to go ahead and guard the ship. The matter of the murder remains the same. And please do not leave the city.
Wasn't planning on it.
Appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you, Gaston. Is there some sort of moving apparatus? Did they bring, like, a cart?
There is a pause and some hushed conversation, and then a few minutes later, a cart trundles up, led by 2 large oxen. And they begin to kind of aid you all. They approach. The individual in the front pulls off his helmet, and it is another bone white tiefling, again with the dramatic hooked horns and the black eyes. Hello?
Hello?
Beautiful eyes, I have to say that.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Hello there. Can we help you
I'm sorry.
this endeavor?
My name
Peach
is...
is blushing for Zal, like they're just green.
You may call me Captain Bertram. It is a pleasure to
Hello,
meet you
Bertram.
all. Now, we'll get this loaded on. Mavinon indicated that this is to be treated with extreme caution. Can I assume that you can guide us in how this needs to be conveyed?
Do not touch it.
Just the box in general, or...
The box is fine.
inside
Do not
the box.
touch its contents.
Got it. Gentlemen?
If you like surviving, which I assume you do.
Yes, that's... Absolutely. I'd love to survive. And he kind of begins, like, climbing up this sort of wide gangplank that's been set up for the barge, and begins working, moving this very, very, very heavy throne down onto the cart.
Peach will assist.
All right, make an athletics check for me. With assistance, Peach. We'll see how quick you guys get this done.
I mean, I would help, but like...
That was a 19, that was an 18, so 19.
A 19, okay. It's with your aid and with a lot of them, it is quite quick. You see as Bertram he doesn't just supervise, he also helps load this in. Their kind of helmets all end up discarded off to the side, and you see an assortment of tieflings and humans among this group of guards as they load it onto the cart. All right.
I don't think Peach has ever seen a tiefling before, and they haven't seen like a group of individuals who don't look humanoid or dwarven before, so they're just kind of a little excited. Like, these people look a little odd and no one seems to be giving them a hard time. They don't voice this, they're just kind of excited.
You're staring openly, right?
Yeah.
New to the city.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll take care of you. All right.
That's kind. Okay.
Let's go. And he are you lot willing to drive the cart, or do you need one of us? I'd prefer
I am proficient in land vehicles, so Peach will drive the cart.
Boom! Land vehicle proficiency.
I'm not proficient in shit.
Oh, hero.
It took us 30 episodes, but we got you there, my friend.
It
Land
happened.
vehicle.
Did I?
All we need is
So I just
sky
had my proficiency?
Yes. So, I'm sorry, go ahead and make it your proficiency and dexterity for me.
Okay. 22.
Okay. All right. Easy enough. You hop on the cart and navigate. You notice that as you begin to head down the street, you begin to be flanked by the guards of the catacombs. People part for them. Not in a terrified, fleeing way, but in a respectful way. You also note, well, what's your passive insight, both of you?
I'm 9 across the board for all of my
9 on
passives.
okay, yeah, the people move out of the way. It's good.
The passive insight? That's a 10.
Okay, yeah, cool. No, everything's great.
My passive investigation's a 14, though.
Is Bertram on the cart?
Bertram is not. Bertram is, in fact, walking just off to your right. And he's donned his helmet once more, which you now notice there are, like, slits along the back that keep it open for the horns to go through. And so it's this, like, metal bucket helm with these white horns that hook back out of it, straight up, and then back at a 90-degree angle.
That's really hot.
Love it.
They've got
All
a
right.
very military and regal bearing to them as they flank.
Gonna love that. All right.
As they're going, Zala's definitely leaning to Peach and being like, I wonder if those helmets ever get stuck on. You know, because like if it gets caught
No,
on
I
the
think
hole.
they're designed to not to. I think someone was very considerate when they designed those.
But if you like move the wrong way just a little bit, it's kind of stuck, you know?
I guess so. Probably helps it stay in place, though, don't you think?
True.
With those
Very
2 points.
Very
Yeah.
true.
Do you think they all worship Rao?
No.
No?
Pretty sure they worship a different god.
Hmm.
From what Dravosi said, I thought they were the... Like, this is Adam mind here. Didn't Dravosi say this was the god of death? Like, they worship the god
I
of...
said that Mavadon was a priest of Ouijas, I believe, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe they all pray to Ouijas.
Bertram, who rolled a natural 20 on his
Shit!
perception check. So
Shit!
there are multiple gods under the pantheon of death. And he's not looking at you, he's just kind of speaking through the helmet.
Who do you worship?
Myself, personally, Ouijas, just as my father.
Who's your father?
Well, just heard you say his name.
Cool. I like it in this city already. It's way better than everywhere else I've been.
Oh, you're going to love Neildra.
Most likely. Seems that way.
Can Peach scan the crowd for anyone who seems to be following? Because they're looking for Scarin.
Perception check.
They're so bad at this.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
fuck, it's Karen.
14.
They're scared. Yeah, no.
Is there someone
Hey, Karen.
following? Does it seem like there's someone following?
As you scan the crowd, it currently does not seem that there is anyone following you. As you continue to make your way down towards and through this city, crossing the river district, skirting the Dragon's Mark district, and then crossing this massive main street as you head into this catacombs district that I described earlier, so for brevity's sake we won't. Eventually you find yourselves pulling up into this huge square. The cart is kind of continues to be guided towards these stone steps that lead up into this massive temple front. And as you kind of roll up, Bertram says, all right, we'll bring this around the side. And he begins to guide you off to the right and then into and up ramps that are literally like stone-carved ramps into the side of the cliff that are on the far ends of this massive open colonnade. And you're led into these cuts on the right side that just goes back. And you do see that they're about 20 feet down are these massive oaken doors with several more figures in the black and white standing at guard. The cart approaches, Bertram nods at them, and they open those doors. There's a tap, and then they swing outwards. And then the cart is led forward as you pass more of these figures in the black and white. You pass open spaces where, cut into this rock, there are training yards. A pale white sand fills the base of them, and you pass along these, again, in a full cavern on this cart, flanked by guards. You pass along these colonnades that are cut into the stone. You can see the training yards. Beyond them, you see seating areas and spaces that look to be barracks, based on what you've seen, interacting with the Salt Marsh Guard and so on and so forth.
Peach is gonna look at Bertram again and say, are you a religious order or a military order? Seems very...
They tend to go hand in hand.
Ooh.
I fear I've made you worried.
Makes sense to me.
Peach is just gonna look at Zal for a moment and then keep driving.
What? The world isn't always as black and white as we all like to imagine it, and sometimes people seem to fight against religion or belief, and I just have to say that it makes sense.
You know my opinion of groups. They're just gonna keep going.
Oh, absolutely. But I get it.
Our job is to assure that the machinery of death continues to work.
Okay, now I don't get it. What
we
does
keep
that
driving.
He kind of falls into silence, walks alongside you.
Okay. Zal definitely leans over to Peach. Yeah, now I don't get it. What? Did he say machinery of death?
I don't imagine Peach knows what that is, so I'm not gonna roll for it.
No.
Okay.
He did say that.
Okay. I don't know what that means. I'm a little scared.
You are led down this cavern, deeper and deeper. Eventually you're brought into this large open staging area where a series of carts sit. Some acolytes approach and unhook the oxen, moving them back towards the outside. Not a very hospitable place for livestock to be kept. Your friends are waiting in the library, I believe.
Can I ask where the throne is going? I know it's here.
I have no orders beyond getting it here. I think there's yet to be a conversation had, but I'm not privy to this.
And we have passed like dozens upon dozens of armed folks, correct?
You have now. Probably you would count, and Peach, as you've... I'm not even going to make you roll for this, because with your experience, you've spent some time like kind of considering these sorts of things as a fighter. You probably counted if not specifically 30, equipment and training for about 30 armed personnel. Living quarters and all.
Well, I do.
And we've traveled how far?
You're
ridden
probably
this vehicle.
about 120, 140 feet into the side of the hill in this bedrock cavern. Maybe a little deeper, maybe 200, 300.
Be vigilant. Please.
We will.
Yeah, please make sure that's safe. I did die for it.
Yeah. Well, that means things are broken because you're still here, so great. All right.
Yeah. You tend to break shit. It's fun.
Good.
What's the library?
Right this way. And he kind of points towards these doors that cut through. You're led down. A few acolytes kind of pick up and lead you down these long stone hallways. You see these carvings in all of the walls as you move down and branch into... Roll a perception check for me.
Come on. 11 again.
I rolled a 14. She rolled a 9.
As you walk down this hallway, you see this T-junction ahead of you. And as you step through to the T-junction, the acolytes begin to head right. And as you look over your shoulder, the hallway you had come from, no hallway. There's just a stone wall with a carving on it.
I hate that. Okay. It's all fine.
So how does that work?
There is a hallway heading leftwards, and you see light and hear noise, and there's a hallway heading right.
Are we alone then, or are we...
The acolytes are with you. A few young men or women, other individuals.
So how does that work? That's interesting. I like that.
Magic.
You didn't have to treat me like a child. I do magic a lot.
Sorry.
Just saying.
My bad.
Thank you so much for leading us. Where are we headed?
This way. And he leads you down, and you step in to your left. Again, this is a long, narrow hallway with no doorways in it. Not a single doorway. And as you move down, you step into this open room and see stacks upon stacks upon stacks of books. And over to the right, seated in the sitting area, is Demi, Dravosi, and a strange white dragonborn.
Demi does not look up from her books.
Zal definitely walks in the room and just looks at Peach and goes, makes sense that she's here.
Absolutely.
And Dravosi is just sitting with her eyes closed.
Which she? Which she, Zal?
Weirdly, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're right over there. And,
Peach is just looking around, a little dumbfounded.
Okay.
Did you say the reference librarian is a lady with glasses and a bun?
A lady with glasses and a bun, because I had to be a cliche, and I apologize for that.
No, it's alright. Is she visible?
She is currently sitting at her desk. Hello? Can I help you?
Hello.
Hello.
They're going to look at Dravosi, whose eyes are closed. She seems like she might be meditating, and Demi is lost in her text, and they don't know the Dragonborn, so they are going to approach.
Demi will look up if you're talking.
Our Dragonborn is muttering to himself, and Demi looks up. You see Peach.
Muttering, like, is he reading aloud to himself? But
he just sort of like has the book, and he's like in this like comfortable position here.
What? Is he reading in common, or
he's not saying words? He's just sort of like,
oh, okay,
like making reactions to what he's
graciously enjoying a book.
I was just making
he's
sure
like absorbing it verbally.
I was making sure it wasn't like other words.
Never mind. Demi doesn't look up because if that's been going on for an hour, she casts silence on herself.
Amazing.
Zal's definitely walking up with Peach though to the librarian.
Hello. Wow, so many visitors today.
I hope we're not bothering you. I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
More than we get in a week or a month.
Wow.
So,
I hope you're not lonely.
no. Tybalt's here somewhere.
What's the Tybalt?
And what's your name?
I'm Agatha.
Agatha, hello.
Yes.
Agatha and a Tybalt.
Do I get to peruse the stacks, or should I ask for things?
No, you'll
or...
need to let me know what you're looking for, and if you can't find anything, then I'm an expert reference librarian. I can certainly make some recommendations.
Phenomenal. Do you have any historical epic poetry? Tales of events
historical
in lyric prose.
Historical epic poetry? Certainly. We have plenty of that. Anything else?
Should I ask with them, or should I ask
Please.
separate? Oh. Anything on UNT or the Medio Jungle?
Medio jungle. And every time, and Demi, you would notice this as well, Travosa, you know this for certain. She writes this down on a specific piece of paper. Anything else?
Yes, please.
I was going to say gods of the UNT. I don't know if there's a separate categories.
That's a first.
Just an idea.
I'm so sorry, Josh.
Yes? What would you like?
Anything on the Shadowfell and the astral plane and celestial beings?
Wow, okay. You guys are quite there. You get around. Tybalt! Tybalt! Exact same spot. Straight up.
Oh, God. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
He's see-through.
Hello. This Tybalt? And she raises the paper and holds it to him and he looks at it. And then a streak of blue and green off into the stacks. Right, go.
Right.
Please help yourself. There's open seating. And they'll be right back.
Thank you, Agatha.
Yes, thank
Don't
you, person. I'm sorry. What's your name?
I'm Peach, like the fruit.
Okay, thank you, Peach, like the fruit.
I'm Zol.
And I'm nice to meet you, Zal. Okay, go on. Cart of books. Now there's 3 carts around this coffee table.
Demi up now, I guess.
I will say, oh, never mind. I thought I had oil. I do not. Never mind.
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Would Peach know that? Gosh, that
Probably.
thing needs some oil.
Honestly, probably.
You probably have.
Can I borrow your oil doll?
Yeah.
I'll go oil the fucking cart.
Okay.
Oil the wheel.
Peach is just.
There's like all of these books sitting here, and Peach is just in the front, like.
Yep.
Demi looks up. What are you? Hello. When did you guys
Did you cast
here?
silence on yourself? Can I hear you?
It's 10 minutes, so
Okay.
I'm calling it.
Okay.
Right.
It's so loud. Hi.
A little bit. I mean, yes.
It's good that you're all here. We should fetch Mavinon once again.
Yep. Give me a minute. I'm gonna look through our cart that just got there, and is there any books on UNT?
There's a bunch of texts on the Medio Jungle. Most of them appear to have similar information that you've already perused from that specific book that you have on the shelf there. There is a brief, looks like an index of rare and obscure gods. And you do see, with no description, but the name Seth.
Seth?
Seth.
Oh no. Okay.
I don't trust those double S's.
This is for Snake.
That's
Really?
snake,
Super snake.
sound.
Wait, it's
Yes.
sorry, SS. I want to make sure. I spelled it
SSETH.
right.
Let me just
Okay.
double check that as well on mine. Sometimes I change names, sometimes I don't. Never trust myself. Boo, 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 boo.
Boo, boo, boo.
Please roleplay amongst yourself. I know that's the favorite.
Final Fantasy? Question mark.
Yes, SSETH.
Okay, cool.
Josh, did I get books that I asked for? And
Yes, I'm sorry. You asked for books on Saradoir?
yeah,
No dice.
okay.
Go on.
I asked about Oceanus' little under the sea city
Okay. you
and the
definitely got books on
Feywild
that. Feywild. Okay, definitely got books on that. Feywild
familiars. That was it.
and familiars. Okay. The last three, yes.
Okay.
These are all large tomes, so you've got these piles of books that could take days to read currently.
Yeah.
You've asked for all of these books, and it's going to take time. Which one are you picking up to take a look at? Or are you just looking to see which might be relevant?
I'm looking to see like what might be relevant. So like if it's like a Feywild children's book, I won't read it.
The Wayserath book is a rather recently written book that touches upon a brutal war going on across Flanace on the far side in the Aredi Sea between sea elves and humans.
And humans?
Yeah, humans, the good guys.
Oh
I'm kidding.
no! Icy.
The author cites a series of secondhand sources that allude to a boiling point related to cultural differences that led in open conflict that is not going well for the Sea Elves.
These are all secondhand accounts.
All secondhand.
Never trust a second
kidding.
hand.
Again, that's really what you get from perusing it quickly.
Yeah, that's fine.
The familiar book is the one that was presented, at least, is a very series of it's a series of different incantations and speculations on how familiars are pulled from their planes of existence into the prime material realm, which is a little off for you.
Yeah.
But you do pull a little bit of information on incantation and how it tends to operate. And it does seem, funnily enough, similar to what Zal does in a lot of ways.
Okay.
For these practices. Not exact, far more arcane a lot of the time, but definitely similar. And then the last one was that I said you got was, remind me again, I'm sorry.
Feywilds.
Feywild. These are mostly stories of Fey beings and their exploits. A lot of stories of people being tricked, time being messed with, people being stolen away and enchanted, kept.
Mm-hmm.
Many, many, many stories.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, she would have perused those, seen which one fit her fancy. She'll probably, I think she'll just have like focused on the war one.
Okay. You're able to spend a little more time delving into that. You pull the names from it: the Lordship of the Isles, Wayserath, and Dullstrand.
Ooh.
Can you say that one more time?
The Lordship of the Isles, Wayserath, Dullstrand, and actually there's one more here. Let me just pull out my big map so I can see. Not this one, the other big map, Josh.
It's right under that one.
Yeah, the double. No, that's the east and Azure. See, I have too many maps.
Not a thing.
Too many maps brought to you by Skull City.
Solward. Dullstrand, Solward, and Wayserath.
And the Lords of the Isle.
And the Lords of the Isle. That's right, Sean.
Got it.
I'm playing a
Okay.
smart guy now.
Ooh, take off.
Okay.
Okay. Button, you had some books as well. Any specific ones you want to focus in on?
So they asked about a lot, and I apologize.
That's okay.
But
you do, Dravosi, know that they don't let you check books out here as well.
Yeah, worse. That's gonna. That's.
Yeah. I assume that, that Salvatore's never leaving.
5 minutes, so I'm letting them check them out. But I'm like, oh, they're not going to get to read those.
Both of you
the
assume
astral
it's gonna be on the table when we leave.
Oh, I look forward to that. Go ahead.
The astral.
Okay. The astral book. Could you remind me specifics on astral? Was it just on the astral plane?
The plane, yeah, just the astral plane. Peach does not know what they're looking for.
Okay. This book, especially given the context of where it is specifically on the astral plane as a gateway to other planes and a channel for those leaving the prime material plane.
Alrighty. And the Shadowfell.
The Shadowfell is actually placed in juxtaposition as a mirror world, and it goes into how often things in the Shadowfell directly reflect what is happening in the prime material plane. It seems very dense and would take a very long time to get much information out of.
Okay.
It's very metaphysical, and it talks about aligning ley lines that don't actually align with any kind of specific planar balance.
Alrighty.
A lot of made-up words.
some words that Peach is adding to like their the empty page at the back of their thesaurus. They're just scribbling rapidly. Historical epic poetry.
Historical epic poetry. Yeah, they like this is the biggest stack. There is just a massive pile of books. They elected to, or Tybalt apparently elected to basically grab regional texts and focus them on the Kyoshi Heartlands, with a few referencing the Kingdom of Nyrend and the Great Kingdom. I will say, Dravosi and Salvatore, you clock the titles on both of those respectively. Nyrend, Dravosi, Great Kingdom, Salvatore.
The poetry?
The titles of the poetry books, yes. Just based
like,
on
it's like Epic of
regional.
Gilgamesh. It's like historical, yeah. And then celestial beings.
Celestial beings. Any specifics?
They did not know what to ask. No, they didn't ask for Sophia, so we will assume that they didn't.
You get a heavily dogmatic text regarding the celestial plane. It's pretty cookie cutter. This is where good people belong. Cast judgment down on all sort of thing.
Peach is like, gross. All right. Okay.
Sean, you were here for a while, so I gave Demi some specifics you're looking for.
Just anything I can find about pre-Great Empire sort of civilizations, or like literally anything in that area.
I'm gonna have you roll a history.
You got me roll? No one else had the roll.
You are diving much more specific and much deeper, and your asks were also much more specific. You see, guys, as you look at the stack from Salvatore, this strange dragonborn who is just kind of there with y'all, it is dense, lengthy texts, very specifically focused on a very long forgotten period of history.
The good stuff.
The good stuff.
Have you rolled my things for the day?
No, I haven't. Hold on. It's what's the chart called again?
Or dump.
What's the chart called again?
The chart?
Yeah, that I'm rolling on. Hold on, pull up your character sheet. Sorry, I should have done this beforehand. I can't believe I forgot.
Not a chart.
Oh, there's not a chart?
Just rolling the 2d20s.
Just roll the 2d20s. All right. I thought I was supposed to tell you or be able to reference something for them. Well, I have to. 16 and 12.
And what am I making?
You are making a history check.
I'll take the 16.
Okay.
It's a 24.
24. And this is you recalling this morning.
Yeah, I had a vision about a particular title of a book that I didn't know where I was going to find it.
Okay. And as you sit down at the table, it takes you a little bit of time to pull it. But as you look through, one uncannily stands out to you. And you recall this vision of your hand pulling it from the pile and flipping it open. Okay.
I think if it's in the stack, I would pull that one out very gingerly to not disturb the other books.
Yes. Okay, I'll pull it out. All right. This is the text you've been looking for. The key, the information that has been alluded to and danced around. The book is ancient. As you pull it away and flip it open, the pages practically crumble to dust.
Ooh, it's delicate.
Very delicate.
I don't know if this would help, but I would... Do I think mending would be able to fix this, or is this just deteriorated?
You can certainly try.
I would ask first.
Okay. As you ask, you see as Agatha points to the one sign in the library, it doesn't say, it says no magic.
Okay. Sure. Okay. I'll go. Continue reading. The one rule.
Yeah, the one rule is no magic.
The only rule. Gotcha. All right, I'll read.
So we can take books home.
I look forward to seeing you try.
There's no rule about it.
Yeah.
Maybe there doesn't need to be.
As you begin to look through this book, Sean, I'll send you a little more information on later. But it is a early written in Ganothian text that references the keys to downfall.
Oh. I think I don't make a fucking, not even my breath makes noise while I'm reading this book. And as soon as I'm like done with the first couple of pages, before I delve too deep and get all that information you sent me, I would gently close it and go talk to the librarian.
Okay.
Excuse me. Is there usually a record of where these tomes are procured?
We come across our texts in an obscure way in the catacombs.
Damn it. Please, continue.
I don't know that I can share that secret with you, Master Salvatore.
I understand. Thank you for your kindness.
I want to meet their acquisitions team. Like, what?
Excuse me? Can I see the public record? I will continue reading my book.
Okay. The first item referenced as the keys to downfall is a jet black throne. And with that note, we're going to end this week's episode. Well, hold on, because there is one quick, you're right. It is okay. You're right. I can't do this to Sarah. We will continue. I completely spaced.
Okay.
Because Sarah needs to go. She's been 3 sessions here.
No, I have loved every moment. I would play forever, but I don't want to do that to our dear Josh.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, we'd have you at our tabletop all the time, but Mavanon slowly walks in as you have this eureka moment, Sean.
I'm sorry. Is there just because it's far away? Is there an illustration?
No, and in fact, if you were to glance at this book, you could not read a single letter on it.
Yeah, that's why I asked if there was an illustration, because Peach would
Yes.
not know this language.
Unfortunately, no illustrations. Just a very old book and a very excited Dragonborn. All right. Mavanon walks in.
Are we all prepared? I see my son
Everyone?
secured the relic.
You have a son?
Yes.
His name's Bertram.
What did I
Pretty
miss?
cute. He's pretty cute, honestly.
Yeah, Zal told him so.
Really?
Anyway, it's here. Yep.
That doesn't surprise me. Sorry, you were saying?
It is time to discuss what we are to do with the information we have.
Yes.
Do you know what it is? We should talk somewhere.
And he glances at the Dragonborn and
Is this a friend of yours to be a part of this conversation?
An acquaintance.
I don't notice this conversation at all.
Well,
It's rather
leave
into his book.
him here.
Good.
all right. He leads you back towards the side room. Peach, Zal, there wasn't a door here when you came down this hallway. Demi, Dravosi, this is the same door you went through last time. You're led
Magic.
into a sitting room with
How
strange
do you
enchantments.
keep
Magic.
doing this?
What?
It's magic, Zol.
Oh, yeah, but like how? I want to be able to do this in our house, because how cool would that be?
We have a door.
We don't
We have a
need
very cool magical door.
No,
Right.
like never mind.
What is going on?
Just
I'm so sorry. Continue.
sorry.
Inquisitive minds.
My name is Mavanon. And you two are?
My name's Peach. Nice to meet you, Mavanon.
Good. Peach.
Zolkrien.
Zal. Krien. Please, sit. Your
I will sit again.
companions have informed me that you are carrying an item that may very well be tethered to the downfall of a god.
Well, now it's here.
Yes, for the time being. You indicated that there were individuals looking for it.
We encountered two beings. We didn't really get much of a look at them, but one of them was very strong, and they were both very agile.
And
Very
this
good at what they do.
Scarlet Brotherhood, who are they?
Don't have a lot of detail. Oh, well, if you give me a little bit of time, I could actually, I decoded one of their journals. I could give you that information if you'd like.
Certainly, we can.
Are you familiar?
Yes.
Are you familiar with someone in the city referred to as the Spider?
I can't say that I am. The person asking for this relic is among the court of the king. Is this correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Then my number one priority is to find out who that is. And figure out why they are looking for this throne. Dravosi,
Yes.
I would ask you to burrow out and find the clergy of Erigol.
Us?
No. This will be a task that Dravosi handles on her own, I'm afraid.
What?
I have another task for you if you are willing to hear me out.
What?
You may walk away.
No,
What?
I don't.
What task?
My understanding is that you have been summoned to the court of the king. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
I would ask you to help me find out who is looking for this throne. In return, I will hold it here for as long as I can and protect it.
Can you take that one step further and try, with all of your knowledge, to assess what it might be? What
Absolutely.
it
does? You will all, Dravosi of course included, have full access to the archives as well.
That is a... What? Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you as always, Avanon.
It will be... Go ahead.
We have a friend that was caught in all of this. We'd like to get him back. Do you think that this is our best option?
Was this friend taken by this brotherhood?
Yes.
Do you have any other leads?
No.
Did Dravosi describe the red dust, like that space where she saw him?
I did, yes, to Demi at least. If you overheard it, then yeah.
I would leave that to you two. I wasn't sure if she had passed that on.
I mean, I lost contact with him a couple days ago. My magic couldn't reach him. Dravosi looked in on him 4 days ago, and he was in an endless sea of red dust. I don't know if that means anything to you.
I have never left the catacombs.
I'm sorry, never?
No.
Never ever?
No.
How?
And in my extensive reading, there are many planes of red dust, I fear, my dear.
Oh. Then, no, we have no better leads.
This sounds selfish. I am asking you to help me, but perhaps it will in turn help you find your friend.
I think he would want us to help you.
And I think that we would rather keep that throne out of hands that might use it.
Well, the catacombs is certainly the best place to keep things hidden.
Seems like it.
So why do you want Dravosi separating from us? We already
I
lost one
hate
friend.
to be... Well, allow me to be frank. The clergy of Elregol, we believe, is tied to the death of a god. One that is very important to what we do. That is my priority over this brotherhood, even though they ask for this relic. And I trust her far more than I trust you.
That's fair.
Doesn't mean I have to like it, though.
I am not afraid.
I'm afraid for you. After what happened.
I think you'll do wonderfully, I'm sure. concern is valid, though.
Of course. This is
You've made friends.
surprising.
A little.
No.
We usually find all of ours mid-disaster, so yeah.
That's where you find the most steadfast of companions. So I've read.
I was about to say.
Well, there's an adventure too you've gotten up to in here, right? Like,
Perhaps.
you have a son, so it's got to be something fun going on here.
He's just kind of being evasive now. This entire time his face does not change. Like, I know Josh is very expressive. It's just this blank face. The only emotion conveyed is conveyed by his voice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dravosi does have a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth at that.
I'm just saying.
Well,
Looks like we have a dinner to get ready for.
I wish you all luck.
We wish you luck, Dravosi.
Yeah.
And safety.
Feel free to speak into our heads anytime. I've realized it can be quite invasive after having it happen, so I gave you the permission.
I will do that.
Also, feel free to hang on to that book I gave you. Let me know what you think.
Oh shoot, I have your book.
You may keep it. I will not be returning home for some time.
Poor Monastrad.
Oh dear.
Fucking bird shit.
Anyway, I suppose I should. I will send her a message and teach her. And I will look to the party and then to Zal and say, I will make sure that the book returns to you.
I'll hold you to that.
Very good.
And yeah, I think Dravosi actually says her goodbyes to Mavinon and the party, and she's on her way.
That's it. Okay.
Tell everybody I'm on my...
I will give you all a moment. It is a pleasure to see you again, Dravosi. And I look forward to you returning to us with information.
Always a joy to be here.
And he kind of steps out of the room, leaving the four of you together. And he sweeps into the library.
Goodbyes are never easy.
I prefer no goodbye. Just see you soon, or...
I've composed my life of many goodbyes. I believe this might be the first see you soon I've done in a long time.
Yes. Well, more open-ended.
Of course. Something feels different about all of this. I'm not sure what it is, but I will let you know the next time I see you.
Good luck.
I look forward to it.
Can't wait to see you already. Also, I expect to hear all about that book when you get back.
I will probably finish it in the first few days.
I mean, I didn't expect anything less.
I'm gonna look to Bims. Do you want to say goodbye?
I was about to do the same thing to Ashi.
They can't hear you.
Ashi, you can go say goodbye.
Go say bye.
You get a Bims on one shoulder and an Ashi on the other shoulder.
Yeah,
and they both kind of
pet
wet
Bims.
kiss you on the cheek. Like it's...
Ashi is a human.
Yeah.
So that's
okay.
weird.
Ashi is more of a peck on the cheek. Bims is a straight up.
Yeah, nice push on the cheek.
Bims just licks. That's
It's like,
this thing.
that's a weird. He's like, eh.
Thank you both for clarifying. I apologize. You're right. Sorry.
Ah.
Being a little weird this time.
All right. No, that was rude. Come back.
It was wonderful. I'm very glad to have met all of you.
I think we're the glad ones to have met you.
I'll see you soon. And
She will go.
Okay. Mavadan kind of flanks you as you leave and walks down the hallway again, kind of just catching up a little bit as you make your way back to the main seating waiting room of the catacombs. And with that, we will call today's episode, because I called it way too early the first time.
Oh man.
Hi, Drobozy.
I have depression.
Yeah, I'm excited.
God,
it was so good.
so many things
What
to say.
are you
Thank
up to, Sean?
So
What?
many,
What?
so many things happened.
I guess we'll have to find out.
You guys will have to find out next week.
Real quick, because somebody messaged this to me, I do have Saul's pants on. I just
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
Okay.
have Saul's pants on.
Very good. Very good.
Somebody messaged me in the middle of the thing, was like, "Are you wearing Saul's pants?" And I was like, "Yes."
Genuinely, they look like the most
Yeah.
comfortable thing out of everything.
They-
we own.
Yeah,
So
They
comfy.
genuinely are.
I
Also,
have a
I
pretty
just
comfy
wanna-
skirt.
I just want to advertise this because I'm very proud of it. I put the picture that my character is based off of in the fan Discord. So if you're
Oh,
subscribed,
shoot. Nice.
we get in there and
I'm going there right now.
I know. I'm literally going to
Gotta
look.
send that to somebody.
He's amazing. I can't wait to get some more of him.
Where-
It's
where-
inspiration. I did not create that image. I have no ownership to it. I found it on the internet and thought it was pretty cool.
Heck yeah.
Where is it?
This book boy. This
Oh,
book
that
boy.
modern
is with us.
Spoilers.
Speaking
We
of art,
love
Oh
art.
yes,
such
art.
a good segue.
Thanks,
Time.
Parker. Wow, you're the best.
Oh,
at this.
hell yeah.
I'm
That
terrible
was
at my
such a
job.
good. No, you're not. That was such a good segue, Sean. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
No worries.
Art.
I knew it was
All right,
happening.
here we go.
Yeah.
Fan art.
I am very.
Ah. Okay.
Fan art time.
Fan art time. Fan art. Okay. Conundrum Company. Fan art.
Conundrum
time.
Comedy Fan Art Feature.
Here we
We actually have
go.
a lot this time.
We do.
There's a lot.
And the first is a Welcome in Pumpkin, my friends, by
It's
Mythalion.
so cute. I'm
That's
also
so
really
good.
glad I didn't try and carve that one.
Oh man,
That would have been time.
so intricate.
That is, yeah. Good God. Okay.
A lot of
The
work.
Pumpkin series is an
beautiful.
amazing series. Thank you, Tenor, for
I love
bringing
the
it to
pumpkin.
us.
series.
Guido Lantern.
Next, we got Wizard Boris.
Wizard board.
Oh, he's got a cookie.
Morton hat.
He's so hungry.
Love that little guy.
I love Boris. Gotta see him again. Sean.
Next picture.
John. Oh God.
Up next is Molly by Tanner.
Oh, I love Molly.
I want
It's fucking beautiful. I
You
love
to
it.
nailed
everybody,
it,
Tanner.
to all of you guys last week who were like, "We're not keeping Molly." Yes, we are. That
We
picture.
can't.
Molly's
not
We are
ours.
keeping. I will fight for Molly's rights.
I don't
to
know
be
where you
kept by
expect
the
us to
fuck.
put that animal.
It's a
Next
giant
to my
water
room.
My God. You're on the fifth
Standing.
floor.
Well,
Just standing in the water next to the house.
we can put him in the
I mean,
basement.
yeah, literally, we have a whole
Yeah, we have a
water
whole.
room.
He does
Well,
not fit in that
maybe we
basement.
will.
I'm not gonna.
In
lie.
the
Make
basement
him fit.
pool.
You'll make it.
John,
I like it. I
We've
like
got
it.
explosions and stuff.
You're magical. That's true. Okay. Next, we have Darkest Stars art
Oh
of
yes.
an
Yes.
angel.
So good.
Oh,
so
Rick,
good.
yeah.
Look at
That's
that.
my.
Amazing.
That's my
An
angel right there.
angel.
Oh,
It's my angel
I'm
right
kind
there.
of wearing it.
You are.
She would
wearing
have.
it.
She would
Like,
have like
legit.
over thing because armor. But
Yes.
Yeah.
What a
Hello,
cool
Don't need armor for his stream, though.
It's a good one.
That's right. Then we've got some angry art.
Yeah.
of
Oh,
Temmie.
no.
So good.
Oh, no.
Oh,
This
Oh,
is so
shit.
spooky.
Hee hee.
It's haunted.
Ooh.
spooky.
amazing.
She was invisible
That's true.
So
at the
good.
time. It's very
Looks
good.
Cool. as
Wonderful. And this is
hell.
another
Creepy.
Darkest Star, by the way.
Yes.
Then we've got this scene from Saul in
Oh.
Astral.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. I was like, this is like haunting.
This is a good one.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Very
It's
good.
like,
Horrifying.
Now, if I
Look
at all the
might
different
conjecture
people.
here, I am pretty sure in the clouds that is the symbol of
Yeah, that's
Silverware.
the
It
it
is.
is. It is.
Yeah.
It's sort of weird star.
Yeah,
That's
that's why it's like
amazing.
it's
So
horrifying
cool.
in how good
It's
that
like
mood
it-
is.
It's like hauntingly
It's
beautiful because
Yeah,
it's like the
captured
husk.
beautifully.
The husk is everybody with Zal in the middle and like looking at Serdawir, and I'm
It's
like,
very
that's
good.
so good.
We're in that
Holding
Kingdom
down.
Hearts coat.
Wearing my Kingdom Hearts coat.
And then
Yeah.
we
Looking
have
up at
a
the Kingdom
promise
Hearts.
to Morton.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like the I love you.
It has
Oh.
our- yeah.
I'm in
It has our lines. I like how far away they are.
Yeah.
They made it really hard to see except for the I love you.
It's a division.
Yeah,
like
it's
that.
real good.
Well done, well done, well done. And then, last but not least, an 8K pumpkin.
Because we hit a cave.
Hey, Pumpkin.
Pumpkin,
Pumpkin.
beautiful
Hey,
time.
Ryan turned.
I'm gonna
I love
yeet us
it.
back to the game map really quick.
Yeeting us back.
What a journey.
And we're back.
Holy moly,
Guys, we
Sarah!
Hello.
I just want to say thank you for. I said, would you like to come on for an episode? And then 3 episodes later, you were still here. And then I nearly dragged you into a 4th.
I mean, would I have complained? No. However, I understand what I
So
must.
Josh gets you.
I know now what I must do.
You've got. We'll back and forth a little bit. We'll get some because this is important shit that you're going to be working on.
I'm
Sarah,
excited.
I hope you know Zal will now think about you all the time and be like, I miss her. How could you miss
Sarah's
her?
like, yeah, that was the point.
I've got a new patron, Mom.
I've got a new patron, Mom. She brought me back from the dead.
Hey, if you worship hard enough. Okay, anyway. You never know, right?
The world's your oyster.
All right. Thank you again, amazing audience, for sticking with us. This has been a roller coaster, another long session, despite our best efforts. We love you all. Thank you for 8K. We'll be following up on those getaway folks shortly, so stay tuned, and we love you all. You're all amazing. Bye!
Bye,
Bye.
Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween.
Spooky scary.
All right, happy Halloween!
Religion.